I did my part by I just sent you the link for now because I didn't want to send it to Brad yet, just because I know he's driving and I know he'll be tempted to come on, and he was already complaining about his eyes. So I rather have him pay attention to the road, and I figured I'll wait a little bit.
You're part of what?
I'm saying I'm doing my part to feel like I'm trying to help the situation. I don't want to be the reason he's not
I
paying
get what
attention.
you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't want him to have an accident.
That's what I'm saying. And
yeah. Uh-oh. That's not nice, Dave. That's funny. Oh, he's watching the new one.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure he's watching us. Brad.
Hey, Mr. Bones.
What the hell's going on here? Man, my phone's been acting crazy. Been doing weird shit. Hey, Mr. Bones. Hey, Dave's watching the Forever Purge. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you know what I found today?
What?
You just showed it to me recently. The Tomorrow Never Dies limited edition, the VHS, the 2 tapes and the book.
You found it?
I found it today at the thrift store.
Really? How much?
$3.
Get the fuck out of here.
$2.99 at Savers, yeah, or two whatever.
This thing?
Yep.
Wow. I had never seen it before. I found it that one day.
I had never seen it until you showed it to me not long ago.
Does it still have the plastic on it, or did they take that off?
No, the plastic's off. I think.
I don't know how they did it, but the plastic's all on mine. The guy must have taken like a surgical knife and just went.
He was like a straight razor or something.
Yeah, something like that. This is badass though. I like it.
Yeah, it has the script in there. It has the extra VHS inside.
Yeah, and I haven't seen that one. That's the one with Highly Classified, The World of 007.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of eager to watch it. I have 2 or 3 on. I have 2 or 3 on DVD. I think this might be the first or second one I have on VHS. Get rid of this. The Office. Yeah, I'll probably watch Tomorrow Never Dies because I haven't seen it in a while on VHS.
I'm glad I found it because it's one of the Bond tapes I have that the box is just kind of beat up, like the copy I had found before.
Mm-hmm.
There's no huge deal because it's VHS and it happens a lot. But
yeah,
I found this one, and I mean the VHS inside is like pristine because it's inside the outer box.
Yep.
So I was like, well, that kind of works out. So it was kind of like a twofer, you know, like it's the nice limited edition plus it's a nice copy of the VHS. So
did yours come with the cards too? The art.
That's probably what else I saw in there. Yeah, I barely even the thing. I found it at the store. I ran in there earlier, and I had dropped my son off at work, and I'm over there, like I said, and there's like a Savers over there and a Goodwill and a Salvation Army, and I'm over there, like, oh fuck it, let me run in Savers. You know, you just like you don't want to. It's like that fear of missing out kind of thing. Like, what if I don't go in there today and there's something?
We're actually really bad like that, Joe.
And that's I mean, sometimes I'm in the same exact one every day, and every day I find something new that wasn't there the day before.
Yep.
So it's like it just makes me wonder, what do I miss when I'm not there? But, same thing. I mean, I was just there the other day, and I walked in, and there it was, just sitting there, and I was like, holy shit. Yeah. So I opened it quick. I saw the 2 tapes in. I pulled them out quick. I saw the book, the script. And then I saw something else in there. And that's probably what you're talking about, the cards or whatever.
So this is pretty interesting, though. It comes with the tape, and it, of course, everything in there is pristine because whoever did it had apparently kept it inside the box. So the tape is beautiful, and where the barcode is on this side, it's got a black piece of tape. I'd be curious to see if yours has the same thing, although I imagine it probably would, so that you can't sell it separately. And then you have the highly classified, the World of 007, which is like in pristine condition as well. And the script, which has Pierce Brosnan's photocopied signature on the front.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Like I saw that, I was like, "What the hell is this?" And I pulled it out, like the script. That's nice.
That's why I actually bought it, Joe. I mean, the extra tape too, because I like to watch little documentaries on James Bond. Yeah. But this doesn't even look like it's ever been cracked.
Yeah, mine too. Mine, like when I tell you, mine looks pristine. Like the inside, the stuff inside, looks friggin' pristine. Like,
yeah,
it looked like nobody watched the tapes. It looked like nobody touched the book.
So apparently, they did what I always did, and they kept all of the whoever this was that had this did what I always did and kept everything from the actual set. Yeah, which includes this thing that was on the top of the box.
Mm-hmm. I have that's in there too. I
yeah,
saw that in there. Yeah.
Limited set includes Tomorrow Never Dies.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too. Yeah, so mine has everything in there. I just it's funny because like I said, I hadn't even known that existed until you showed me just like last week, and then there it was.
Oh, this is cool as shit. Her Majesty's Secret Service. You okay?
If I could get it in my mouth, it'd be okay.
Okay. That's not usually a problem.
I think that's the last Bond movie I need on VHS is on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
But you do have the DVD, right?
I have the DVD. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I am looking for that one. If I do find that one, I'll pick it up for you.
I found Goldfinger recently, which I needed on VHS. I found that on tape, and the only two I needed was that, and then on Her Majesty's Secret Service, and I just for some reason I just haven't come across that one yet on tape.
Okay, now this has a Live Like Bond sweepstakes that they have in here. That I guess this little certificate of authenticity goes in there, and then you have your art cards, which the people actually never even cracked open. Had never even been open, and I don't know that I want to open them.
I wouldn't.
Although I kind of want to see what they are, so maybe I will. I don't know. Yeah, I might crack them open. I don't know.
Hey, Katie.
Hey, Katie. Are you a James Bond fan? There we go. She's okay. I don't know if you saw it, but actually Joe and I both got this recently, which is unusual because it's not a normal thing to find. And that is the Tomorrow Never Dies VHS gift set, which has the script and a bunch of cards in there. Hey, Al. Hey, Rick. So, yeah, this is pretty cool.
It is, yeah.
I'm glad you found it because, to be honest with you, I thought about sending it to you.
I could not believe it. Like I said, I was just like, holy shit, there it is.
Yeah, because
first thing I did was open it because I was like, oh, what? There might not be something in it, the tape, whatever. But no, everything was there. Like I said, it looks freaking pristine inside.
Yeah, exactly. This even has a sticker on the front. Enter the Live Like Bond sweepstakes, and you could win a trip for 2 to London. Virgo, fucking too dark in here. Virgin Atlantic, that's what it is. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like I said, somebody must, and you know what I actually thought this was? I saw it had 007 on it, and I almost passed it by because I have been seeing a lot of the Bond box sets lately, both in VHS and in DVD, like the ones that I originally got.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually, hey, Mr. Dan,
Hey,
I
Mr.
actually almost passed it up because this was actually on the bottom shelf and it was laying down. I was like, that's just another James Bond box set that I probably already have or have had at one time.
Hmm.
And I kind of did a double take and I went back and looked and I was like, wait a minute. That's something different. And I opened it up. I was like, holy crap. I feel like Raymond's father. Holy crap.
Yeah, right.
Peter Boyle. Love Peter Boyle. So, you know what's really bothering me? I can't believe this is bothering me like it is. So, one of the movies I always liked, science fiction. Let me know if you guys are fans out there of Outland with Sean Connery. Because of James Bond, I always liked Outland because, I don't know, Sean Connery's awesome. So recently, at the same place I got that Tomorrow Never Dies set, they have the VHS for Outland. Now, I already have the DVD. And the flea market that I go to has the Blu-ray for Outland. And I've been like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's just like what you were updating the other day with your, movies that you have multiple copies of.
Oh, yeah.
3 or more. Hey, Heroic Waffles.
4
Hey,
or more.
buddy. Oh, cool. All right, man. Glad that you're back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, Outland is great. I guess it was Peter Boyle that made me think of that, but it always kind of was like a little bit like science fiction with a little bit of horror mixed in because of the drug and how it affected people. Because that's what you've seen it, right, Joe?
No.
You've never seen Outland?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Is it on? I swear I think I just saw it today on a Walmart 4-pack. It was with the Omega Man, Outland, Soylent Green, and Westworld were in a 4-pack at Walmart.
Oh my God! Talk about a good fucking 4-pack.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I think Outland was the only one I didn't have, so I was like, I'm not gonna get it because I already have the other 3 movies. But
I'll let you in on a little secret, Joe. Soylent Green is people.
Yeah.
This is how funny this is. I consider that a sci-fi horror film, right? But I didn't have it in my horror collection. It was downstairs in my general collection. So I brought it back upstairs. And then the last time I went to the flea market where I go, they had 2 different copies of the VHS.
Huh.
Literally 2 different copies. One was sealed and one wasn't. And they both had different covers. They had different backs, different fonts on the writing and everything. It was just 2 completely different tapes. I don't know if they were distributed by the same, was it Warner Brothers? Warner Brothers that originally did it, or is it?
I think it's Warner Brothers because I'm pretty sure Warner Brothers released. It's definitely Warner Brothers because they released Westworld. So
okay,
it's on that set.
Because I have the snapper case of Soylent Green.
Yeah, so that was a Warner Brothers release then.
Yeah. Yeah, let us know in the comments, Heroic Waffles, and let us know what your new channel's called, and we'll yeah. And Brad will be with us. He's just running a little bit late. He had to work in a different area this week, so he's running a little late. That's all. But yeah, I watch anything with Sean Connery in it, pretty much. It kind of doesn't matter what he what's in it, what he's in. When I got done watching that weird Giallo the other night, the Iguana with a Tongue of Fire, I was listening to one of those the scholars that were talking about it.
Yeah.
And older gentleman, British, talking about Giallos and stuff like that. And he said that I told you how it was kind of messy and a lot of it didn't make sense, but I had a good time with it anyway. Well, one of the things is they mean it to be a chameleon instead of an iguana, but didn't use that as the title because it was supposed to be able to blend in to surroundings.
Yeah.
And they even screwed that up. So, yeah.
It's like they were writing and like, what the fuck is that word? And like, screw it.
Yeah. What the fuck is that word we were?
That's the tip of my tongue.
Yeah. Iguana?
This guy's asking his wife. He's like, what's that called? She's like, it's a fucking iguana. He's like, no, it's not.
And the tongue too. And like the iguana or the the chameleon has that long ass tongue, right? There you go, tongue of fire. And they just fucked it all up. Everything in it. And the guy's sitting there cracking up about it too, even though he actually liked it as well. But it's just like it's almost like they just boiled a pot of water and just threw a little bit of everything in there. It's like whatever sticks, you know? None of it made any sense. Even the killer wasn't the original killer, and the other killer basically went unknown throughout the entire film until you get an explanation at the end. And they still didn't do anything about it. Oh boy. Yeah. Actually, I didn't mind that one. I knew that you got that set, Mr. Dan. The Police Were Blundering in the Dark is probably my least favorite one off of that triple pack.
Why do they name them like this?
I mean, it's just most of them capitalized on the names of animals or whatever, but I don't know. It's just the police are blundering in the dark. I gotta read you guys some of these. Some of them are just ridiculous. Axe Grinder. Huh. Is that the one with Debbie Rochon that she did? Rick?
I bet there's nudity in that movie.
I'm sure there probably is. And she still doesn't look half bad. Not what she once was, but I knew she was actually Mood's favorite. He said that she was his favorite Scream Queen, Debbie Rochon. Let's see. Some of these titles just don't make any sense at all. Let's see. My phone decides to work today. We have that one's all right.
I figured, Rick.
Is it the one with Debbie Rochon?
They said tons of boobies.
Yeah, probably same one then.
They actually misspelled it. It's actually supposed to be called Ass Grinder. Yeah, from Sterling. Yep, makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what's his name? There's a place on Instagram that I found recently called Make Flicks, I think is what they're called. And they actually have the whole box set of Camp Blood.
Yeah.
And they have it in two different ways too. They have it like with the big box set that's like $100 and some dollars.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, they also have it in the cut down version where it's not as big for like $40. There's one called No Thanks, Coffee Makes Me Nervous. Never understood that one.
That's cool, Al.
Some of them I can't even pronounce. Dun, dun, dun. The Terror with Cross Eyes. Let's see. Some of them I really like. Clap, You're Dead. That's a good one.
Clap, you're dead.
The Killer reserved 9 seats.
I bet there's a body count of 9 in that movie.
Probably. The Bloodsucker Leads the Dance. I always thought that was a vampire one, but apparently not. Dan mentioned this one. The police are blundering in the dark. Actually, I really liked The House with Laughing Windows. I thought that was pretty good. That was a good one.
That's not a bad title though.
No, I like that one. I like that one. It's different. It's weird.
That would strike me. That would make me curious. Like hearing that title, I'd be like, oh, what's that about?
Play Motel. Actually, I think I have that one. Yeah, No Thanks, Coffee Makes Me Nervous. Something about a massage.
No Thanks, Coffee Makes Me Nervous sounds like it would be like a comedy, like a Woody Allen comedy or something.
Yeah.
Like a black and white comedy film. Like that's what it reminds me of.
There are a few of them in here that when they talk about all the giallos that were made that are spoofs, there's a couple of them that are spaghetti westerns that fall in the giallo category. What the fuck are the other good ones? Sure, I had a big problem with, well, not a big problem, but I did have a problem with Fatal Frames. That one wasn't that good. No, there's one about massage in here that I always thought was kind of funny, but I can't seem to find it. Oh, well. God damn, I'm tired.
Didn't you take a nap today?
I did, actually. But I had trouble sleeping because there were some fucking people that had their dog out and they were being loud. And then the kids were playing out back and I wanted to pop their ball. Pissed me off. Yeah, 7 Bloodstained Orchids. That's actually a good movie, a really good movie. That's one of the ones I reviewed for Slashback, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it?
Mm-hmm. The Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward. That's another one I reviewed for Slashback, I'm pretty sure. Twin Sister. Sterling Entertainment. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Axe Grinder. That's that new set that they have out. I know what Rick's talking about now.
Yeah.
I thought Debbie Rochon did one for that was called Axe Grinder too, though. Yeah, some of my favorites, Dan, if you're interested, are I can't think of the name.
He just lost interest. That's it. He left. I said he just lost interest. He left.
I did. I lost interest. Yeah, that's a good one. The Black Belly of the Tarantula, I think is what it's called. That's a real good one that has actually 3 Bond girls in it. Blade in the Dark is really good. The one that I've liked the most that I've seen recently is Body Puzzle. You gotta get that, Joe. Body Puzzle is really, really good. And it's not done by Mario Bava, it's done by his son, Lamberto Bava.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just like Blade in the Dark. Done by him too.
Yep.
I like his movies. I think he's done pretty well. Even though I guess Mario Bava's credited for doing Shock, it was mostly Lamberto Bava because I think that's when his health was failing.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a cauldron with a bunch of water in it and just throwing anything that fucking sticks in there. But I love it though. I don't know what there is about it. There's something about it that I just love. I like that that one didn't work too well. We'll do something like this next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Body Puzzle's fantastic. One that I just watched recently was What Have You Done to Solange? That was one that was recommended to me. I watched that one recently. That one's a good one. I think my daughter wanted to borrow Scream, the new Scream, and I forgot to take it to her. Yes, Torso. Torso is really good. Torso's got a lot of nudity and a lot of really heavy violence. It's another Sergio Martino film. Like Suspicious Death of a Minor, and it's one of the Black Cats. Your key, your vice is a locked door, and only I have the key, or something like that. That's another goofy title. Yep. But it's basically a take on the Black Cat. Yeah. The Black Belly of the Tarantula, that's the one that I really like. That's one of the ones I really like. Got 3 Bond girls in it. One of my favorites. So, Joe, you'll be happy to know that I'm actually, by keeping track of what I'm watching this month, I'm kind of keeping track of what you're watching this month. And for the most part, except for like maybe 10 movies.
Hey, Sinister Syndrome. How you doing?
Hey, Sinister Syndrome, 86. What's it going? How's it going? So, I did watch I Knew What You Did last summer by myself.
Yeah.
13 Fanboy I watched by myself. I watched The Gallows Act 2. What Have You Done to Solange? The Tingler. No, it's not a porno.
You watched a Hitchcock movie the other day that I didn't watch.
Oh, fucking Dial In for Murder. Yeah, I watched that one. Trespassers I watched. Again, I've seen it before though. You know, it has what's her name from The Craft? Waterboy.
Perusa Balk?
That's it. She's older. Older, doesn't quite look as good. She's still in it though. I saw Morbius and Scream 2022.
Mm-hmm.
A few of them that I don't want to say because they have to do with a different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dial In for Murder. I watched Horror 2. I don't know if Danny's in there, but I really enjoyed it. I was actually talking to Corinne about that on the way home.
Really?
Yeah. The only thing that I didn't like about Horror 2 was that they kind of showed him sucking the glass dick a little too much. You know? I could have done without seeing a little bit of that, but other than that, it's basically, I mean, that's all part of the game, but it's basically real prostitutes telling you what they're going through on a day-to-day basis. So I thought it was pretty cool. Other than that, everything else I watched with you. Oh, The Iguana with a Tongue of Fire. That's the other one. So maybe 10 movies I've had a chance to watch on my own. And I was up to like 48 movies already.
Just right here. Go like it. Have any weird lines in there? Fingernails?
No.
Are they dark?
No.
Okay.
Why?
The other one either? Because there's a form of skin cancer that it goes under your nails.
Oh boy. I don't need to hear that.
I thought I remember you having something.
I got all kinds of things. I'm all messed up. Right before I talked to you today, my nose was bleeding, Joe.
Oh, really?
Last night was my ear. Then
I was going to say it was your ear, right? And then, yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Got to see my grand dogs, though. They were fun.
Nice.
Yeah. One gets Benton, the dark one. He gets so excited when I come in, he starts biting me now. Like, because he wants me to go in the other room and play. The new one's still a little standoffish, but he's getting there. We're watching him at the end of the month, so hopefully he'll be plenty used to me by then. But
I still have half of my cake left.
yeah,
It's real rich.
yeah, it's pretty rich. So yeah, I'm gonna. What are you doing tomorrow, Joe? You have any plans?
I'm not sure yet.
I don't have any as of yet. I'm going to. My wife's going with my mom to the farmers market, but I am actually going to sleep for a while, so because I'm tired. So, I'll go. It's just I just don't feel like going right now to the farmers market. We have a couple. Just open this week.
Last week.
Last week.
So people are still going to be.
Yeah, crazy about it, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a couple yard sales, or a couple flea markets that are coming around here, where I've actually scored some decent movies. And I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to get the same people back, but 23rd, I think Saturday, 23rd, they're going to be down the street, so I'm going to go to that. And May 1st, the flea market that I go to, the place, they're opening a store in a shopping center right down the street from me.
Really?
So that's going to be a bad thing for me.
I know. Oh,
And he said he was keeping all his good shit for the store. I was like,
oh god.
I can't wait to see what he has in there though. Yeah. I'll have to definitely. I hope he puts VHS in there because I think there's definitely a place. I know he's going to have a shit ton of video games because I actually think they do more on video games than anything else. But you know, DVDs, Blu-rays, VHS. Never know. There might be some CEDs in there too.
Could be magic.
Can you imagine that? Mine, down, mine. Good old Anthony Hopkins. Yeah, so I will be available for a little while tomorrow, or for some time if you're up for it. So we can watch Dracula.
I'm gonna probably do my reviews when I wake up to get this done. I sent you the list a little while ago.
You did?
While we were on here, I did.
Oh, okay. It says here, director preferred desaturated color timing. I don't know what that means, but that's a different version of it.
I get you. It's just the color. Oh, okay. So that's the other version of the Scream Factory?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, all right. I remember reading about this. A lot of people bitched about it, actually. Because the coloring is different, obviously.
Right.
So supposedly it's the director preferred, but I guess a lot of people just prefer the one that they've seen over the years. It's like Halloween. I mean, the 25th anniversary edition. Remember they had like the whole different color scheme to it.
Really?
Yeah, it was like very, very blue, and I think it was like the Dean Cundy one. He did like all the recoloring of Halloween, and a lot of people had an issue with that because it's like it's much cooler look to it.
Right. Now, me personally, now that I'm hearing what you're saying, I prefer the original because the original has a very drab.
Exactly. That's what makes it atmospheric.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So that's definitely what I'm going to watch. I will probably check out the other one with the color. The
Oh yeah, I mean it's cool to have.
Yeah.
Like even with like the Halloween, obviously, like I have all the different colored versions of it, but
Yeah.
it's like one of those things when you're watching it. Like I remember the first time watching that when I got the Anchor Bay DVD, and I was like, something's off here. Like what's different?
Well, we've seen it so many freaking
Yeah,
times.
if it's a movie that you've seen a lot, it's definitely noticeable.
Yep. Maybe it was the one I watched last night, or this today with you.
It's only on the 25th anniversary.
Oh, okay. I wonder, this isn't the 25th anniversary. I'm assuming.
No, that's just the.
Okay.
No, it's on the 25th anniversary. I mean, you can tell the difference.
Because I thought when we were watching it today, it's probably just my eyes, but I thought that it looked a little different.
Well, it might because there's all different like colorizations of it. Like I know Anchor Bay had a few different ones just themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, you can look at a lot of different movies like that, but Halloween is definitely one that they do that with.
Okay. There we go. I guess I should have read it.
Well,
This is the Halloween like you've never seen it or heard it before.
mm-hmm.
Halloween has been restored under the supervision of Lucasfilm's THX Digital Mastering Services. Video was transferred by the award-winning colorist Adam Adams. Who the fuck has a name like Adam Adams?
That's the Adams one. Okay, yeah.
Come on. From a new 35mm interpositive made from the original camera negative and approved by the film's cinematographer Dean Cundley.
Ooh,
So
amazing.
I guess I was right. I guess it did look a little different today.
Yep.
Son of a bitch. Well, ain't that some shit? There were certain scenes like when Annie was in the kitchen
Mhm.
with the popcorn and all that just looked very vibrant and
Yeah.
not the way it usually looks. You know?
That's the thing. It's like I can appreciate when movies look nice like that, but certain movies shouldn't when you've seen them so long and
Yep.
and like you just said, like with Dracula, for example, a movie like that is supposed to look drab and supposed to have like that grayness to it, and
That's what gives it its character. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But I mean, I don't know how many copies of this I have now. You and I both have the one that's the extended version with the television cut in there.
Yep.
I have the regular Anchor Bay. I have another regular Anchor Bay that was from a different year.
Hey,
I have
Brandon.
fucking copies of this. It's unreal.
Me too.
I just keep picking them up every time I see them.
Yeah.
It's like I'm a Halloween hoarder.
Well, then
Hey,
even,
Brandon.
even the way they're framed, like we were saying today, it's like I knew I wasn't going nuts with that Linda.
Right.
Because I remember when we
Nipple
watched it. Remember when we were watching it, and every people that were watching with us, even in the chat, they were like, "Nope, it's just one nipple, just one." I was like,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's like it was like a Mandela effect. I was like, I remember watching it where you can clearly see both.
Yeah.
And then today I'm watching it, and there they both were. And I know it was definitely like that on the VHS because it wasn't cropped; it was full frame. So you know how it is sometimes with widescreen. Even though it's widescreen,
It still cuts out a little bit of the bottom.
from the top and the bottom.
Yep.
And it's just where she's positioned. All they need is a little bit to be cropped, and it cuts it off. But on the Scream
You were
Factory,
watching the Scream Factory today?
Scream Factory has it. They're both there.
Okay.
It's the same with like and this was intentional, but like Rob Zombie's Halloween, how in the director's cut, Linda is clearly it's full frontal, like she's standing there stark naked in the director's cut, and then in the theatrical cut, he frames it differently so that way she's only topless. You never see, below in the theatrical cut, and it's all in the framing. But in the case of the original Halloween, it wasn't intended like that. It's just because they're messing around with it for the DVD and the Blu-ray and everything else. It's like All the Right Moves on Blu-ray completely cuts the bottom nudity of Leah Thompson. So you can only see the full frontal on the DVD and the VHS.
Huh. That's what I have, the DVD.
Yeah, because they reframed it to cut off her. I guess what was that? The 80s, the 90s, 80s Bush.
Yeah, that was
80s.
his first movie after Risky Business.
Yep.
A lot of
So,
people
yeah.
said he got the part for that because of the way he caught that egg or whatever.
Hmm.
I think that is just a rumor, but I don't know. You know, when he threw the egg, the artsy fartsy thing, and he jumped on the furniture and caught the diving catch with the egg. Yeah. Everybody's like, oh, that's how he got the thing for all the right moves. I was like, okay.
That's what it was.
Smoke another one.
Fuck him. You know, there was supposed to be like a few more Leah Thompson nude scenes in that movie, and Tom Cruise complained to the director, so they got cut out and they limited it to just the one.
Really?
So that's why I repeat, fuck him.
So is it because he didn't want to be upstaged, or is it because he just thought it would attract a different crowd?
She was a little like, she was young at the time, obviously. I mean, she was legal. You know, nobody in the chat, don't jump to conclusions here.
Yeah.
she was legal, but she was still young in the business, and she was a little uncomfortable, even though she signed on to do it. So he took it upon himself to be the fucking hero and go, and real fucking hero to us men, right?
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. You can see it, but nobody else can.
And then they fucking cut it in the Blu-ray now too, fucking assholes.
Really?
Well, no, I'm saying the bottom half anyway.
Oh, right. Yeah, fuck that. Thanks a lot, Tom. Bastard.
Like those are not all the right moves, Tom.
Yeah, I've had the DVD for that forever.
Yeah, I actually have the DVD, the VHS, the fucking Blu-ray, and I think I have a 2-pack that has that and Say Anything.
Jesus Christ, you like it that much?
Well, there you go. I guess that could be one of my 4 or more series. I didn't even realize that. It was just one of those things over the years, like
accumulation.
I think I had the Blu-ray first, and then I realized it was
really.
I was like, "Fuck that! Like, what the hell?" So I ended up buying the DVD when I found it cheap because I was like, I want the full version of the fucking movie. Like, that sucks.
Right.
Then I found the VHS, and obviously I was gonna pick up the VHS for like 50 cents or whatever at like Savers at the time.
Right.
And then the 2-pack I think I just got because it was like cheap and it had Say Anything, and I didn't own Say Anything on DVD. And I think it was just cheaper for me to get the 2-pack than to buy Say Anything alone. So I was like, why not just get an extra copy of All the Right Moves? You know?
Say Anything's a weird movie for me. It's one that I didn't take to right away.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one of my favorites. Like, I feel like people like it a lot more than I do, but it's fine. I don't know. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent movie. It's just that I liked John Cusack a lot when I was younger. I thought he was really funny. And when you see Better Off Dead in One Crazy Summer, you kind of expect, by the way it was advertised, that Say Anything was going to be more of the same.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. So it was like a serious part.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the game is really good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I was definitely surprised with that one. We've been watching movies. That's it. Just watching movies.
Yep.
Gearing up.
Here's a question, since we kind of started talking about it last night. We can open it up to the chat too. Anybody in the chat, if you want to answer this. When you rank movies, what is your criteria for ranking movies? You know, like me personally, and like we talked about last night. I mean, for me, when I'm ranking something, if I'm ranking like my favorites, I'm ranking literally based subjectively on my personal favorites.
Right.
As opposed to ranking like what I think are the best. Like, you know, like if I do a ranking video, it's typically going to be called, you know, my personal ranking or my ranking of my favorite of something. I'm never going to, you know, I'm not going to title my video, you know, the best 80 slashers, because it's all just my opinion. If I'm saying, if I'm talking objectively, I mean, that would be a completely different ranking in some cases. I mean, not always, but some of my favorite horror movies aren't necessarily objectively considered some of the best horror movies. They just happen to be some of my favorites.
Exactly.
And that's kind of what I look at when I'm ranking things. But it is interesting, you know, as we're doing these challenges, both Fangoria and this next one that we're working on right now. And it's like I'm looking at these movies, and there's plenty of movies on there that probably should be number one or higher than I have them ranked.
Yep.
But then there's these other movies that traditionally probably wouldn't be ranked as high, but I just personally like them a lot for whatever reasons. And
Yeah.
they're ranked higher than certain movies that I think objectively are better, but I just prefer to watch these, you know?
I agree, and it's changed. My ranking has gone through a bit of a metamorphosis, actually, because what I've been doing is I used to rank what I thought was best
Mhm.
or best made movie, and you do come to find out when you grow and you learn and you watch movies more
Hey, Travis.
that sometimes the best isn't always what you prefer to watch.
And that's
Which-
the thing. I feel like in the past, like you just said, and I feel like in the past when I used to do ranking videos, more so years ago, not really
Yeah.
in recent times, but like years ago when I used to do rankings, I almost felt like obligated to put certain movies higher because they were
Right.
just seen as better films. And
Oh,
not that I was,
but
not
you
that I
see
was
them as better films too. It just may not be what you're necessarily going to put on.
yeah, and it's not
There's
that
a
I was
few.
trying to. It's not even that I was trying to appease anyone. It's just a matter
Right.
of like, for some reason in your own mind, you have like this weird mindset where it's like, how can I rank this any lower? This should be here. But
Right.
it's like I'm not going to talk about the movies that we mentioned last night, but the two movies we were talking about last night. One of them, obviously, people would be like, yeah, that one's definitely going to be number one. Whereas we're like, you know what? But it's really not for us. Like it's just, and it's just funny because again, going back years ago, I would probably just say, yeah, this probably just has to be number one, and I'd be
Yeah.
okay with it. But the more I think about it, again, if I had the choice, like I asked you last night, if you could only watch one of these two movies and the other one you can never watch again, and I feel like that's how I've been trying to do my rankings more so, in recent times.
Me too.
Like,
Me
what
too.
do I watch more? What would I be more willing to give up if I could only watch? Like, if I'm ranking 6 movies, okay. If I had to drop one of these 6, what would it be? And okay, that's last place. Okay, now there's 5 left. If I could only have 4 of these 5, what would they be? Okay, now that knocks another one out. And then
Yep.
up until there's one left, and this is the one movie that if I could only keep one, this would be my favorite. I mean, even down to my Scream ranking recently. Did you end up watching that video?
I didn't, and I was just going to comment on that I need to watch that now that I've watched
Yeah, I figured you were
2022.
Yeah. Even with
Um,
that, like you're gonna see like my number 2, I kind of just said fuck it. Because it's probably not something people would anticipate being like my number 2.
right.
But for me personally, it's my second favorite part of the franchise to watch.
Yep.
Yep.
And I feel that way too. Like, say, okay, let's take an example. If you were going to rank A Nightmare on Elm Street and A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, which one do you like better? And I have noticed that whenever I watch somebody's ranking on that, those are the two big ones. Those are the two that everyone talks about.
Mm-hmm.
It's either I love the third one and the first one is, good as well, but doesn't stand up to the third one, or the first one is just so iconic that nothing even compares to it.
Mm-hmm.
But number 2 is number 3. You know what I mean?
And it's
So-
funny. I know, and Elm Street's a good example because for me, the one I probably watch the most is one that people hate, and that's 5. Because I just like the Dream Child.
There you go.
I think it's a unique concept, and I think it has the best kills in the franchise. And I also think
I agree with that.
I also like the pacing in that one. So if I'm going to watch an Elm Street film, that one's just fun to me. And
Yeah,
also part 2, I like part 2 a lot.
I love
I like-
part 2.
I love the whole school bus in the opening and closing. I love the pool party scene.
Yep.
It's just a fun take on Freddy. So if I'm ranking those, it's the same thing. I'm going to have those higher than other people might have them.
Let me ask you a question. I know that ever since it came out with the homoerotic sort of thing,
Yeah.
to being like that,
Mhm.
I never saw it that way growing up. I didn't.
Mhm.
I looked at it as a horror movie. It's not like it was lost on me. Yes, I found the shower scene with the coach. I found it pretty odd. Don't get me wrong. But to me, it was a slasher movie with Freddy. And for me, it moved at a better pace than some of the other films.
It does.
It had better kills than some of the other films.
Yep.
And the meat and potatoes, when you get to the pool scene, to me was just a lot more grand than some of the other films. And I had more fun with it.
Exactly. Me too.
So what I guess what I'm getting at is I think you're seeing people shy away from that now because of what it implicates.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it should be that way.
Well, the funny thing is you say that, and going back to Scream, okay? So like the original Scream, and this has been a theory for a long time, and Kevin Williamson has confirmed it because Kevin Williamson is the writer.
Okay.
So I'm one of those people where it's like, don't get me wrong, viewers are important, but at the end of the day, the filmmaker's intention is what should really matter because,
right.
I mean, that's what they were intending to do. And Kevin Williamson has confirmed those people out there that see some sort of subtle gay storyline between Billy and Stu is accurate.
Really?
Kevin Williamson himself is gay, and he wrote the character in a very subtle way, whereas like people ask, like, why would Stu kill both of his girlfriends, like, you know, an ex-girlfriend and his current girlfriend? Why would he do this stuff for Billy to help Billy? And there's certain little scenes, like when Stu puts his, and it's something that you don't really look at today and think it's a big deal, but Kevin Williamson wrote it specifically when Stu puts his head on Billy's shoulder at the end, and they're like cheek to cheek in the fucking kitchen, and it's kind of like, it's not like even, it's not something that you're like, huh? But at the same time, when you really think about it, it's like, this is kind of an odd choice. You know what I mean? Like, they're two high school friends that are that they're like cheek to cheek like that. Like, it's just, and Kevin Williamson has confirmed that was his intention.
Huh.
And it's just, it's kind of funny. And it's like, it doesn't have to be overstated. It's there if you want to see it. And I never really saw it that way, but I started seeing theories online. Sure enough, you were doing.
I never knew it. I never even thought twice about it.
Matthew Lillard, I believe, Nev Campbell, and somebody else in the cast were like big supporters of that theory. And then Kevin Williams confirmed it himself.
Wow. Hey, Hobbs.
Hey, Hobbs.
No, that's really interesting because, like I said,
my point with that is what I love about that is, okay, this was 1996, and again, Kevin Williamson, being gay himself, wrote this in there specifically in a very
different time,
where he did not beat the shit out of us with this message. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, it wasn't shoved down our throats. It was, like I said, it was there for someone who wanted to see it, and it's, if you don't want to see it that way, you don't have to, because it's not that explicit message that these new horror movies feel like they have to do.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And does that change the way I look at the film? No. Exactly. I never noticed it before, and it actually gives me more insight into the film, but it doesn't change the way I look at it.
It's like Scream 3. Like I said, Scream 3, a lot of people don't like it because
it's universally shit on.
The one killer thing, it doesn't make sense and this and that, but they're missing a point that they're, and again, this has been confirmed by Patrick Lussier, who worked on the film, that there are two killers there if people look for it. and there is. It's so obvious when you realize who the second killer is. I have to
go back and rewatch it.
And it's even obvious to the point where when the box set was released, the DVD box set that came with 4 discs, it was a Dimension set. It came with the first 3 Scream movies and then a bonus disc.
I had the bonus disc.
It also came with a booklet in that set. And it for all of the movies, it has all of the victims in their pictures, their names and their pictures, okay, for each movie.
Right.
In Scream 3, there is one person missing, and that's because that person is the second killer.
Really?
There's one person in Scream 3, and you've seen it, so this isn't a spoiler, but at least you can go back and see it.
I need to go back and watch it now.
All right, so now think about Scream. Scream, it's not like Halloween when where the killers set up the bodies. The people die and the bodies are left where they are. In all Scream movies, okay? In Scream 3, there is one person that appears to be being killed and then is immediately pulled away out of frame and is never seen again. This person also happens to be everywhere a killing is taking place.
Right.
Even at a certain point in the film where Roman is absolutely nowhere around, could not have possibly been there. But we know this person was because Sydney had just talked to this person.
Right.
So
All right.
this second person was the second killer in the script. This second person was going to be revealed in the movie, and then they decided at the last minute, as like a nice little ploy, because remember the storyline of the trilogy that Randy says is the killer in a trilogy is supposed to be almost supernatural, like he
Right.
can be anywhere you want to be, blah blah blah. But Scream movies are not supernatural. Think about it; they're not.
No, they're not.
They're a list of things. So how does a killer appear to look supernatural if he's really
Without
not?
being supernatural.
It's
Right.
by having somebody else help him out and never reveal to everybody else that somebody else was helping him out. So he gets to take all of the credit for this,
Right.
even though somebody helped him.
Very interesting.
It's
See,
and
now
this
I
is
got to
why-
watch it again.
And this is why Scream 3 has always been one of my favorites. There's so much. It's a deeper movie than people make it out to be, and that's why I said the
Yeah.
thing in my video. I know you didn't watch it yet, but Brad mentioned it when we were talking about how I said the Scream franchise truly is thinking man's horror, whether people want to believe that or not. And I mean
I
that
agree.
I mean that in the sense that they drop little clues and hints and little Easter eggs and all these other things like that, where it's not as straightforward as it sometimes appears. I mean, even the TV series does that kind of thing. There's all these little twists and turns, and you have to think about things to really put the pieces together.
Right. Right. Yeah.
What's that, Hobbs? What's the question?
This is mind blowing. I didn't know Williamson was gay either, Hobbs. Kevin Williamson, the guy who wrote
That's
the
why-
Scream films.
That's why he wrote Kerr Smith's character Jack in Dawson's Creek as the gay character. He was based him on him.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Huh. That movie broke down. I mean, that show broke down a lot of barriers. It really did.
So Hobbs, I think Randy was accurate in. So that's the thing. Scream has always been sort of like a movie within a movie kind of universe. You know, like Scream is very meta. Like it acknowledges movies within itself. So I think in the universe of Scream, like if the characters from Scream were watching a movie trilogy, Randy would be absolutely correct, because in fake movies, in supernatural kind of horror and stuff like that, then that would be accurate. And with Scream being a non-supernatural slasher franchise, where
Right.
these are real people, it was still accurate because, and this is why Roman is my favorite or second favorite killer in the franchise, because he went as far as to do that. He was the first killer to think of wearing a bulletproof vest, first of all, so that way he would come across as invincible.
Yeah. Somebody else thought of that one. Yeah.
And like he says in the movie, he was the director. He directed Billy and Stu
Yeah.
to commit the murders in the first place. And it's right there in your face. So if he directed others to do the murders, why would he not be directing somebody else to help him?
Right.
When it's clear as day that he is. And it's just like I said, it's just so smart, it's so clever. And I think the people who don't want to acknowledge it don't care enough. You know what I mean? And that's fine.
Right.
But someone like me, I don't see it as overanalyzing, because again, this was actually confirmed by the filmmakers that this was the intention. It's one
Right.
of
And
those
it's put in there so that you can see it.
It's there if you want to see it, and if you don't,
Right.
well, it's your loss. It's no loss to them. You know what I mean? But it's there. Like they cover their tracks. To have two killers again in Scream 3 and make it obvious is just rehashing Scream 1 and Scream 2 again. By doing it in this different way, they got to do something new and still have multiple killers without having to come out in your face and tell you there are multiple killers. Like,
Yeah.
Scream 3 takes Scream franchise in general, I think, treats their fans with respect. They treat their fans as intelligent fans, whereas a lot of
Yeah.
horror movies don't do that. You know, a lot of horror
This
movies
is probably the
just-
most consistent franchise that there is.
Exactly. I mean, even the new Scream, like a lot of the things that I pointed out to you, there are so many things in that you don't find out until like multiple watches, where you don't even realize
Right.
there's all this stuff right in front of you.
I need to marathon the entire series again.
I don't want to spoil it, so I'm going to say it just in case people in the chat haven't seen it yet. In the new Scream, okay, you'll understand what I'm saying now. There's a certain character that connects to another character.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Based on certain things that are said in Scream 5, a lot of people, and I know this was like Craig's hiccup with it, but then I explained it to him and he was kind of like, okay, that makes sense. Because of something that's said in the very last line of the movie as well, a certain timeline doesn't add up. Okay?
Okay.
But Scream 5 makes it a point to acknowledge the stab films. Like, they really go in depth with it, as you know.
Right.
And it's about toxic fandom, which isn't too much of a spoiler for anybody who hasn't seen it. You know, the movie is toxic fandom.
Very true, too.
The movie is about how people really dissect sequels and everything like that, okay?
Yeah.
Now, Scream 2022 is virtually Scream 5. If you think about Scream 4, they talk about Stab 5, okay? So
Yeah.
what do they say about Stab 5? They say Stab 5 has time travel, okay? But how do you bring time travel into a movie that's not supernatural, again, like Scream 3?
The connection.
By making that connection that
Yep.
the timeline really doesn't work, but it's intentionally done that way to, number one, trigger the toxic fandom, and number two, to somehow incorporate time travel in Scream 5. It's absolutely fucking brilliant. And
Yeah.
that is why I hold that movie in such high regard.
It's a
And
badass movie, too.
this was confirmed by one of the writers as well. So it's not
Yeah.
a theory. That was intentionally done. It was not a blooper. It was not a goof. They specifically wrote the timeline like that for that reason.
Question.
Mhm.
Had Wes lived, right?
Yep.
Do you think there would have been a Scream like we have now? Do you think it would have been better? Do you think it would have been worse?
It's hard to say. Because
That's sometimes what I think of it. That was when we originally talked about this, and Scream was mentioned, and it was going to be a new film. I don't know if you remember, but I was kind of like, it's not that I didn't want the sequel. I just didn't want it to fail all the other sequels, right? Because Wes had a hand in all those other movies. So if he's not there, it's kind of like, it doesn't feel real in a way.
Well, here's the thing. It would obviously be different, but then again, without trying to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, this movie was not only a love letter to Scream fans. Like I said, I feel like this was a Scream movie for Scream fans.
Yeah, I agree.
Like this was like a nice love letter for Wes. And there are certain things that happen in the movie where that's obvious. Like, it's clear that whole 4 Wes thing and stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And I feel like we wouldn't have that. I feel like this movie was made by passionate Scream fans, basically. Like, the writers of this movie.
About fucking time, right?
Yeah, like the writers of this movie were passionate about the Scream franchise, and you can tell.
Right.
The same way the writers of the Scream TV series were passionate about Scream. Like, they tried to do things that would get done in a Scream movie.
Right.
So I think it would be different, and I can't say if it would be better or worse. I mean, it would have been awesome to have another Scream movie with Wes, but it makes me impressed with what we got, considering he is that. Absolutely. I like that they did this. They made it a movie almost about him in a way too. It was like he was part of it without being here, and that was really cool of them to do it that way.
Yeah, I agree with that. Are you looking forward to the next one since it's been greenlit?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be filming soon.
And then you hear, that's, I don't want to call it toxic fandom, okay, because I think it's a different sort of animal, but hearing all these things when people jump to conclusions and start putting stuff out there, like this person said they weren't going to be in it, and then half an hour you hear that they are going to be in it. It's just like the whole fake news thing.
Mm-hmm.
That pisses me off. It's aggravating.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I didn't look at any of it before I watched the new film.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, I'm up to date with everything, even though I have to marathon the franchise again. But, I want to know what's going to happen next, or kind of get an idea of what they're thinking about. So I'm reading this stuff and it's pissing me off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's too much garbage out there. Everybody's, trying to get views or likes or something by posting something that's not necessarily true.
I personally think we're going to have every survivor from this last movie in the next one. That's what I think.
Think so?
Yeah. In some capacity. In some capacity.
Yeah.
And I do think we're going to have a certain person that has been confirmed to survive that we just found out in this new movie. I feel like that character will return as well.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. That would be cool.
And I wouldn't be surprised if another character returns too.
Don't play with my emotions, Joe.
There's a lot that you can do with it, and like I said, with it, I feel like the series is in good hands too. Yeah. Which this, seeing this one, like you said, you kind of have to be like, oh god, like how's it going to be without Wes, and are they going to fuck it up? I mean, they succeeded in surpassing my expectations. So I'm
hell yeah, me too. Because I was actually worried. I was actually worried it was going to suck.
I absolutely loved it. So now I'm confident going into the next one that I'll like that one too. I'm not worried anymore.
Yeah,
that's sort of subsided. It's like it's one of those things where okay, we're not going to get another one with Wes. Unfortunately, it is what it is. So at least now we can get one knowing that the people in charge now actually care about the franchise and are going to do right by it.
I agree.
It's better than having some other random do it and then it just it tanks. It's not like Rian Johnson fucking directing Star Wars.
See, we can say that now, and
well, I say that too because look at Scream. They mention it. Did you notice that? How Rian Johnson?
Yes.
That's like a knock at The Last Jedi.
I know. I was surprised that they put that in there. I was like,
talking about how Rian Johnson ruined the franchise. Okay, Hub.
I'll save these images so I can upload my videos.
But yeah, Scream. I'm definitely curious what you think about my ranking when you watch it.
Yeah, I gotta watch it. I keep seeing it. It pops up, and thankfully, it pops up in my my feed, and I keep going to watch it, and then I'm either watching something with you or doing something else. So my extracurricular watching has been pretty down lately. Mm-hmm. So if I haven't been getting to your videos, I do apologize. I've been very busy. We both have. And yeah, I'll get to them.
Sometimes,
that's a good question. That's a really good question.
I think sometimes, Hobbs, depending on what it is and what company, and I've gotten a lot of the filmmakers and like the actors and actresses actually watching the reviews and commenting on them and stuff like that, which is worth it to me. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool too. I just had somebody. It was the one I just did. Sodomaniac. Sodomaniac.
Sodomaniac.
Yeah, the guy DIY, the people that did it commented.
That's cool.
Because I actually really enjoyed it. I mean, it's silly, but it's a fucking silly slasher, and I'm all for it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like silly as in a spoof, but there are spoof type things in the film, even though it's supposed to be serious. that makes any sense.
Hey, Hobbs, I say, you know what? If they're happy with it, it's all that matters.
Yeah, I've been curious about that one. It didn't get very good reviews, Hobbs.
Remember what they just think, Hobbs. Remember what they say. Any publicity is good publicity. So bad publicity,
Yeah.
people, you know what I mean? I mean, there are people who literally track movies down because they heard they were bad. You know, they want to see how bad they were.
I'm guilty. I know
I'm
you are
that person
too,
too. It's like if someone's shitting all over a film, it makes me think, okay, I'm probably going to like it. So let me just watch it.
Yeah.
And that way I can point out what people missed about this movie. Like I was just saying about like Scream 3. Like when I see all the hate for Scream 3 and shit, it's like, what are people missing here?
Yeah.
Or whatever, you know? It's like there's just certain things that I mean, Halloween Kills, same way, you know?
Like I've literally had that movie, Brian Loves You, on my list for a long time to either watch or like find at a thrift store or something like that.
Yep. Oh, I was gonna say you have the Anchor Bay.
No, because of the cover.
Yeah,
I've always been curious about the cover.
I ask about the Anchor Bay all the time. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I never end up getting it.
but when they said they were putting that out, and then Hobbs got it and reviewed it, I was like, yeah, I haven't heard great things about it, but I kind of still want to see it. I don't know.
Yeah, I've always heard pretty shitty things about it, but doesn't mean anything.
Oh, cool, dude. We'll be here. Yeah, like I said, I looked up the not that this matters, but I just do it anyway. I looked up the IMDb, the ranking or the rating on there,
Yeah.
and it was either like a 2.3 or a 2.6.
Mhm.
I'm like, that's not good. You know, usually, yes, people hate on stuff, but when something gets that low of a score, there's usually a reason.
There's exceptions, but
Yes,
yeah,
there are.
because there's been a few that have had low ratings, and I'm like, where the hell is this rating coming from?
Right.
And not that I expect to have like a high rating, but there's been plenty of movies that I've watched that I would say should be at least middle ground, you know, fives or whatever, not, you know, ones and twos. I mean,
exactly.
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Danny. Yeah, prime example of that was the Boogeyman 2. I really liked the Boogeyman 2, and I stayed away from it for years. I had a fucking great time with it.
Yeah.
And that has like I think that's down in the ones, Joe.
It probably is. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's
sure
not,
it is.
that's not the one that is like all
no, it's not Return of the Boogeyman.
Right. This one actually has kills to it. Yes, it does have some stuff from the other film, but it has some kills. It's
at a 2.1 right 2.1 right now.
What, on a Boogeyman 2?
Yeah, 2.1.
Yeah. I loved it. I thought it was great. I had a blast with it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
No. Hey, Danny. I don't know if I said hi, but yeah. Some of them don't deserve it, but like I said, when I saw the rating it got, I was like, huh. So I was curious as to what Hobbs would say about it, and then I was like, doesn't sound great, but yeah, whenever, Hobbs. I mean, I know you've been busy, you've been moving and everything. I mean, shit. Don't worry about it.
Now, Hobbs. Now.
Brian Love You is just at 2. I thought it was like 2 point something because I know I looked it up because, like I said, it's always been on my want list because of the cover. Like I either want to get it at some point if I find it at a thrift store, or I want to watch it if it comes on one of the free channels just to see what it's all about. And like I said, when Hobbs got it, I looked up and it had that 2 point whatever it is rating. So I was like, ooh, that's not good. but it doesn't always apply.
Hmm.
But one thing's for sure, though. Before I listen to IMDb, I'll listen to Hobbs. You know what I mean? Because his tastes are more akin to my own and more akin to yours, I think, than every Tom, Dick, and Harry who wants to shit on a movie on
Exactly.
IMDb.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, I gotta check that one out eventually. Usually, when they come out on Blu-ray, I start seeing some of the copies in the thrift stores. So, one that has not, and I don't want to give anything away, but I noticed that today. I don't think it's been on either of our top fives. The Seduction.
Yeah. I've got
a craving to watch that again.
It's like there's always certain movies, like even on the Fangoria list, that is like I'm looking forward to watching so much that I keep putting it off because of like the anticipation. Like,
well, there are a few
The
that
Seduction and Vice Squad are like those two for me on this list.
yeah. Well, Vice Squad has been on mine a few times already, and I'm actually surprised you didn't pick it.
That's why, just because I'm like anticipation. That's what I do at Jack B. Nimble. It's like the
Jack B. Nimble, that fucking movie. God damn it! Every week I was like, please pick Jack B. Nimble, please. I want to watch it, but nope. I had to wait. Every once in a while you pick one, like there was a movie I watched, I actually have the Invoking I watched. I didn't like that movie at all. It just got on every last nerve I think I had, and it made me mad. Then I sat there and watched the entire thing. And yeah, I don't normally crap on movies, but I was in a bad mood. You know what I mean? After watching that, I was just like, but I still said positive things about it.
Yeah.
There just weren't that many. So there wasn't much to say in the in the positive way about it. So I'm going to watch this one next, Joe, next time I get a chance.
What's that?
Rewatch this.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. A lot of these movies, like the one we watched the other day, and even the one we watched before that, it had been years since I've seen them.
And they're still so good, too.
Fuck. It's getting me mad. It really is, because as you and I were talking, Alfred Hitchcock, you hear about Psycho, you hear about The Birds, and I think you said Frenzy. Vertigo is the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I even mentioned that in my review. But I was like, all of his other movies have really gone by the wayside. What the fuck are you laughing at?
It's true, I know.
Yeah, it's aggravating.
Yep. It's true. It's like we were watching them, and I'm like, why is this one not get more attention? And then we watched the other one. I was like, why does this one not get more attention?
I really couldn't pick out which one I liked better. So they're kind of around each other.
Yeah,
if you understand what I mean.
Although
I might have liked the last one a little bit better.
Me too. That's one I have slightly higher.
Yeah.
But it's funny because at the time of watching the other one, I was like, damn, this is really good. And then it's like we watched this other one. I was like, shit, this one's maybe slightly better.
I think it's the atmosphere.
Fucking amusement park.
Yep. Gets me every time.
Every time. You freaking amusement park.
Every time.
The other thing, the other one, though, that's interesting, and I mentioned this in my review, is it's interesting to see how Hitchcock progressed. Because at that point, it was the 70s, and I mean, he was basically doing like a 70s style slasher at this point. And he was basically doing the things that were expected of that time, like the nudity, for example. I mean, it's like blatant nudity in that one, and it's just it's not like this.
That was interesting,
and it was very not like Hitchcock, and
yeah.
Don't get me wrong, and we both know this, even from the documentary we watched. Hitchcock was a dirty guy. I mean, he was he clearly liked women. He
worked within the frame. He worked within the frame of the time period, is what he did.
Exactly.
Yeah. And what they would allow.
And it was interesting to see, like, when he got the opportunity to go that direction, he went for it, and he did it in, I don't know, like a glamorous way. Like, it's not like, like the way it's shot. It's like that final victim when they find her, and it's like, holy shit. It's like, she's laying there naked, but the way her face looks, it's like, oof.
Yeah. That was creepy.
It was. Awesome.
That movie reminds me so much of Schizo. Maybe it's because of the English towns that are in there, British towns or whatever. I'm trying to think of how to explain it. It's almost like the way things are colored, the wallpapers, the carpeting, the clothing, it just has that essence about it. I don't know. I should have probably used that as a recommendation, but I didn't. But that's all right.
It's hard not to recommend another Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Especially when we're talking about how underrated his other films are.
Exactly. It was no question for me. I wanted to get the word out about as many as I could in the time that I had. So,
and that one fits with the whole strangulation anyway.
Yeah, it does.
One that we recommended, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that was.
You talking about the one we just watched?
No.
The first one.
The first one. We both recommended the same thing for that
one. No, we didn't.
You said you were.
No, I recommended Dial M for Murder. Because I thought that worked better with strangers. I was going to recommend Rope.
Yes, that's what I recommended for the first one we watched.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but I went with strangers.
I'm saying because of the strangulation.
Well, same thing in Dial M.
Yeah.
He was good at that. He was good at having those in his movies.
Dial M I used for the one we just watched because of
that was perfect though. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Right down to the screenplay, right down to the suspense, right down to the I'm going to get away with this, but I'm not. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was perfect. Perfect for that.
Yep.
I do think he's underrated. I think he's very underrated.
I think he's underrated in his other work.
Yeah.
It's not to say that Psycho is underrated or Vertigo or The Birds, but I feel like that's really what people focus on. I mean, even North by Northwest maybe gets some attention, but
even Frenzy.
I mean, you don't hear, but Frenzy, I think, really falls in that line where it's like, okay, it gets some mention, but I still think it's underrated.
Yeah.
It's why aren't people enjoying that one as much as other movies? And I'm sure they would if they see it, because it's what is not to like in that one, especially if you like the types of movies that we like, whether it be slashers and just other Hitchcock movies in general.
Yep.
I mean, Frenzy plays out just like that.
They're so involved, they're so engulfing, and it just like, because I hadn't seen a lot of them in so long that I'm starting to feel that again. You know what I mean?
I mean, Strangers on a Train, he made friggin' tennis suspenseful. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when you're watching that thing, it's like he just has to win this last match. Just has to win this last one.
And he's fucking dicking the dog about it too.
And it's just like, I mean, the littlest things, dropping the friggin' lighter in the sewer. Like, It's this suspenseful moment going back and forth between that and the tennis match.
God, that's such a fucking amazing movie. And and yes, they showed this on Terror in the Isles, but when he's strangling the girl,
Yeah, Miriam.
and you see it through the glasses.
Oh,
It's
awesome.
just, oh my God. It's fucking brilliant.
I know.
How?
It's and then I mean then the carousel at the end at the amusement park.
Oh yeah, yeah. Which is a little unrealistic, and we had fun with that one too. With
But
Duke
it's awesome. It's like it's how fun is that to watch? You know, the guy crawling underneath try to get there.
Well, you did it though, and the guy was going to kick the kid off. I thought that was funny. It's like fuck
And
that
even
kid.
how it ends, even to like his last breath, like he still would not give in.
Yep.
The guy's an asshole.
Yeah, he was an asshole.
Ugh.
I had to kind of watch what I said about that one
Me too.
because I didn't want to give too much away.
Yeah.
So I gave a very, very general synopsis and kind of let it go at that, so that you have to watch it in order to get the rest of it. But they have really been the big surprises for me, even though I've seen them already. Watching them again after all these years, not only because they've been in my collection for a while, because I bought the Blu-rays at the flea market and all, but just having them and finally getting a chance to watch them, they've been the really big surprise of this new thing that we're doing.
Hitchcock for me is the director that stands out in that he, no matter how many times I've seen his films, because I've seen a lot of Hitchcock films many times, and even the ones we've been watching, and whether it be even Psycho, no matter how many times I've seen it, every time I rewatch one of his movies, he's so good that there's no way of even remembering how good it was since the last time you watched it. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Like I go into Psycho knowing that I absolutely love the movie, that I think it's one of the best horror movies ever made. And then I watch it and I feel like I like it even more than I remember somehow.
Yep.
It's like it never fails to amaze me with him, and I feel like he's like the one director that can do that for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
So
Carpenter too. Carpenter as well.
Carpenter is, I was going to say another one, like, watching The Fog, for example. Again, it's like I know how much I love that movie, but then it's honest.
Oh my God, it's so
Damn, I love
fucking good.
It's
so fucking good. And the thing, I've seen it so many times, but when they're sitting there at the very end, and I don't think if something's going to happen, I don't think we're in much condition to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Why don't we just sit here and see what happens?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I get chills when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want the movie to end. I get chills, and it's just like that's the fucking neatest way to end something. Halloween, same thing.
I was going to say,
walks away.
Watching Halloween today, and I said it to you today. No matter what, how many times we've seen it, it's still effective.
Yep, it is.
Just him disappearing, and them basically being like, "Holy shit, what happened?" And then the breathing and showing all the locations, and it still gives me the chills. And it's like I've seen this movie a million times.
Yep. Yeah, Rear Window as well. That's a really good one.
Yep.
I saw the remake in the theaters.
Really?
The Bedroom Window with Steve Guttenberg.
Steve Guttenberg, yeah. I got the VHS.
I have I finally got the DVD. I didn't have it for years, but I found it in a thrift store, and I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen this in years. But yeah, I went to the movies and saw that because we had a theater that was a little bit cheaper. But the good thing about it was, the bad thing about it was the theaters were half the size because they took 3 theaters and made them 6. But the good thing about it was it was cheap and they were still first run movies. So my buddy and I, and if I was dating somebody, they would go, or, whatever, we would go every week. And I saw movies like The Believers and The First Power and Stand By Me, Uncle Buck, War of the Roses, Bedroom Window, so on and so forth. Like I'd go see like 2 things every week, and it was just a blast, But But yeah, it was good because, like I said, it was cheap and they were first run movies. Unfortunately, the one I really wanted to go see that I never got the chance to see because somebody was always busy. And at the time, I don't think I could drive. No, I was like 13. I couldn't drive then. And it was Nightmare on Elm Street. They had that there, and that was when they first made the theaters from 3 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, man, I want to go see Nightmare on Elm Street, and it's cheap. And it just came out. But nah, I just couldn't get it together. It sucked when you couldn't drive, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You had to depend on, because, the guy I was real close with, he was older than I was, and he had wheels and all that, so.
Oh yeah, I've seen the Thrill Killers, Hobbs.
Yeah, I still gotta watch that. I haven't seen it. That's one of my Shriek shows.
Really?
Yeah, I had an extra copy, so I sent one to Hobbs. But I still haven't watched it yet. He did a review on it. He really liked it, so It made me want to watch it. I just haven't put it out in the watch pile yet. That may be one I might do when I redo 31 Days. And, I'm sitting there, I'm talking to you, and I'm like, should we take off the month of October or whatever? So 31 days.
Hmm.
Well, there's 2 days a week that are spoken for, right?
Hmm.
So that's however many weeks there are in October, 4 or 5 weeks. That's some of the movies that I don't have to worry about. So that makes it easier on me.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm completely fine with it.
Yeah.
I just have to change my title a little bit. I'll have to put like a subtitle or something underneath of it. But
yeah.
I've always prided myself on watching first time watches during the 31 days of horror in October. But because of things that we've had going on, i.e. Wild Eye or Slashback, with the themes that you came up with, sometimes I had to rewatch other films that I've already seen because they fit the theme better. So, I try to make it at least 20 and above that I haven't seen. So that works completely. So, yeah, I do too, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, a good thing about it is we can go back to it.
This year we have Tuesday, Top Tuesday.
Yeah. And that's been a fucking blast.
I like that a lot. I love filming my videos and I love watching everybody's every week.
Yeah, me too.
We're gonna pick.
I almost fucking shit my pants when Chili Billy pulled out that DVD. I was like, get the fuck out of here.
I love it.
Tearing the house. I was like, hell yeah.
Like I said, I love the fact that because he commented on my video or his, and he said he was gonna pick he was originally gonna pick Elm Street, and then he decided against it. But that, like I said, I really feel like he probably watched that videos and said, you know what, they used it, I can definitely use this, which is awesome because it's kind of how I was. Like, fuck it, I'm using Terror in the Aisles.
That was never even a question for me. My question was my other pick, and it had to come down to, what do I think is a better movie between Friday the 13th, the final chapter, and A Nightmare on Elm Street? A Nightmare on Elm Street, 100%. Mm-hmm. What movie am I going to put in?
Yep.
And that's just it.
And that's exactly it. That was the same thing for me. And that's what I've been doing with a lot of my top twos. I mean, going back to 75, I didn't include Jaws. Now, don't get me wrong. I fucking love Jaws. I really do. But I used two movies that, if Jaws 2 came out in 75, then it probably would have made it. But there were two other movies in 75 that I just like a bit more.
Yeah.
That I'm
Jaws is one of those movies that I was looking forward to watching and I wasn't looking forward to watching because it's a long movie, but once we got into it, it's almost like Halloween. I realize how much I love it over again.
Absolutely, and it's the same thing. And like I said, I compare it to The Exorcist in that I love both of those movies. And I personally have a little bit of pacing issues with both. But then when I look at it, it's like, well, what can they really cut? I don't know, so I can't say, well, they should have cut this and that. But something just feels a little bit slow in parts, even if it was like cutting 20 seconds here and then cutting another 30 seconds here and something. I don't know. There's just certain pacing issues that I have with it. The same with Halloween 2. Again, I fucking love Halloween 2. I think it's an amazing sequel. But there are some pacing issues.
Yes,
like,
there is.
I don't need to see Laurie walking down the hallway that long. Like, yes, it builds suspense, but cut it down by even 20 seconds, and it's just going to work better.
It's going to flow better. Yeah.
Even Garrett. I mean, same thing with him. Okay, we get it. You know, like, get the fucking hammer in his head already. Like, it's just stuff like that slows it down a little bit. And I don't know. There's certain movies that aren't like that just get the pacing right that are just as long.
Absolutely.
So that's what I really look at with a lot of my things. A lot of my rankings and my top twos. Again, like, what do I want to be stuck with? Kind of like desert island movies kind of thing. Like, if I'm stuck on an island with only two movies from we're coming up to 1985. For 1985, what are the two movies going to be? You know?
Yep.
I'm not going to be thinking
about that the other day. Exactly what you just said, because of course, Poltergeist, very long film. A lot of pacing issues in that.
Oh, Jesus.
And I know there are things that you can cut, but what are they?
Well,
is it going to change? Is it going to change the outcome of the film? Is it going to change, like, say, the family dynamic? I mean, I know some things that I would cut right away because you and I talked about them, but some things, if you cut it, it maybe changes the family dynamic a little bit.
You know what they could cut in Poltergeist, honestly? when they're meeting with the first lady, the first whatever fucking ex, like, we don't need her. We really don't. Just get freaking Zelda Rubinstein in there and get this thing going. Seriously, I mean, they could have cut that down to a conversation, like a quick conversation on the phone or something, or it could have been like a mention in passing, like, okay, we already met with blah 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 blah, and she didn't seem to have any answers for her, so this is the next step. They could have literally done it in like a sentence, and it's like something like that would have worked. And then also the false ending, like,
yes,
I like the stuff that came after, I like the real ending stuff, but they could have put that earlier on in the film, and just ended it where they ended it. It's like, because what happens is they have the false ending, and then it takes like another 15 fucking minutes to establish that they're going into another ending.
Yeah,
like, you know,
I felt the same way. I was looking at The Exorcist when we were watching it, and looking at things to cut. I think a lot of even though I liked some of the hospital stuff when they were testing her, but it could have been condensed, and you probably could have saved like maybe 5 or 6 minutes.
You could have done it in one shot.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have done like a montage of her getting the test done, because we literally see her getting tests done. Then we see her back at home. Then we see her go back and get more tests done. Like, why is that necessary?
And then you see them pull that thing, and the blood starts pumping out of her. We don't need to see it for that long. Come on.
I mean, all they have to do is later on mention, okay, she's been to the hospital 3 times for tests or something. They can just say it in passing. They don't have to show us that she's going 3 fucking times.
Yep.
I mean, it's just stuff like that. Like, cut it down. Which is amazing to me because, you know, William Friedkin, who did Rampage, and I feel like Rampage fucking flies by. I feel like Rampage could have been longer.
Both accounts. Yeah. Both movies. Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like they're rushed, but I feel like they're paced so well that it's like, holy shit, this is like, they're into the court scene now. Now we're you know, it's like you're getting to the end before you know it. And then meanwhile, The Exorcist just drags on.
I don't know that we'd necessarily replace it with a different scene, because you can make movies long and just keep adding stuff. But I think the fact of the matter is that maybe sometimes a little bit less is more. And I know that Joe and I both have this problem. When something has a longer runtime, maybe it's because we're used to watching horror a lot, and most of them are 90 minutes and below, that when someone has a 2-hour runtime or an hour and 50-minute runtime, I'm a little less likely to put that on as I am something that I could just get in and out in an hour and a half.
Here's my thought with it. I don't mind the long runtime if they
Right.
make use of the time. Like the Hitchcock film, for example. I mean, Psycho is almost 2 hours. Frenzy's almost 2 hours. But he knows how to pace a fucking
They don't
movie.
feel like it. They
That's what
don't
I'm
feel
saying,
like it at all.
Like before you know it, they're over. It's like, holy shit. Like it can be done.
Yeah.
So if it's going to be a long movie, you better utilize that extra time for something meaningful, because if not, then it's just, I feel like I'm wasting time here. Like if I'm sitting there and if I'm tempted to like look at my phone or whatever, you know what I mean? If there's like a 20-minute segment of the film that's just dragging by, it's like, ooh.
Yeah. If
And
I
that's
have to check the time, if I have to check how much time has gone by on the movie more than twice, it's too long.
Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, another one. Okay, I feel like it's a brilliant movie.
Yes.
I really do. I love the concept.
Way too long.
Way too fucking long, and
that's why I don't watch it a lot.
it's unnecessarily long. There's
Yes.
there's so much in there that doesn't have to be there.
Right.
I mean, that is one. Like if someone gave me the task of, well, what can you cut? I'm telling you, I can find shit in that movie to cut.
Oh, so could I.
Like it's not like a case like Jaws or The Exorcist where I'd have a little bit of trouble cutting certain things. Like that movie, there's a lot that could be cut in that movie.
There doesn't need to be a whole fucking number with her and that guy that she hires. Or
Exactly.
she thinks she's hired. You know, you can have little snippets here and there, but she goes on and then she fucking starts again. I'm like, oh my God, get the fucking point.
Again, I don't
Oh
know.
my God.
Here's another one, The Omen.
Yeah, I figure we'd talk about that before Brad comes.
It sucks because I like The Omen, I do.
I do.
But there gets to be a certain point in that movie where I just want it to be over.
Yeah, you tune out.
That's it. I've had enough. It's like, again, condense. It's not even a matter of having to cut certain stories. Just condense what you already have.
Yeah.
Like things can be done in a different way. And I don't know. I mean, again, we talk about runtime. I'm somebody who absolutely loves the Godfather movies, and I can sit there and watch them all fucking day long. But guess what? They utilize the time how they need to. I mean,
Exactly.
I'm not watching The Godfather getting bored. I'm just not. I know some people say that they do. I mean, that's maybe it's an Italian thing. I don't know.
According to what you're into, too. You know what I mean? Like Casinos is a really long movie.
Oh, but
there is not a minute of fucking boredom in that movie for me.
Exactly.
Not a minute.
There's no film
that I don't watch.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with The Untouchables. Same thing with not The Untouchables. Goodfellas. I don't know why I got them mixed up.
Oh, I love Goodfellas. I feel like soundtrack has a lot to do with movies too. Okay, so like when
I do too.
If you have a long movie, but you're utilizing the soundtrack properly and at least the music or the sound, the score is holding my attention, then I can kind of let it pass a little bit. Sometimes movies get dragged. All right, so like I said with The Exorcist again, and not to pick on The Exorcist because again I do love it and it's ranked fairly high for me, but even still, like I said to you the other day, one thing I appreciate Carpenter is he utilizes scores perfectly.
Yes, he
I
does.
feel like he does not underutilize them and he does not overutilize them.
Right.
He uses them as like a character in the film. The Exorcist has an iconic score. I fucking love the score in The Exorcist. But watching it, I'm realizing they don't really even use it that much. And there are certain scenes that are like almost so quiet that don't need to be. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes it's cool to have like that creepiness, that calm, that quiet. But there are certain scenes that I think would have improved with just a little bit of that score.
Yeah.
It would have kind of kept me more into what was going on screen, I think.
Well, like you said, Carpenter uses it as a character in the film.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect example. Halloween. Perfect example. And The Fog.
Yep.
Although I do notice some things, and I don't know if you've ever noticed them, when she says, I believe it's this part, when she says, hey, isn't that Devon Graham? I don't think so. Have you ever noticed that the soundtrack speeds up?
Speeds up right there, yeah.
I don't like that.
In Halloween 2, it cuts at one point.
Yes, it does. There is cut. Well, like when it's going dun dun dun, and they're going back into the room. Well, one goes dun 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 dun, dun. Like they spliced in the score, but they didn't have enough time, so they had to kind of cut it down a little bit. But it's noticeable.
You know another movie what I should actually say director utilizes scores wonderfully? Coscarelli.
Yes.
And Phantasm, it's fucking spot on. Phantasm, you have these scenes in Phantasm, and I know that people that think Phantasm is boring too, but the score is what saves it for me in certain scenes. Like there are scenes when it's just Mike walking down the road or walking through the cemetery, and that
Yes.
score starts playing. The scene I was thinking about with the score in that movie is when he's going to the old woman's house.
Yes.
You know, like fortune telling woman, whatever, and he's at the mailbox over there, and that score just hits. And it's, like, it's such a quiet like scene, all of a sudden, boom, the score just hits, and it's like,
Yep. And that's one of the things that I remember seeing it on TV years later, before I actually bought the DVD or the VHS. It was when it wasn't as common. One of the horror hosts did Phantasm, and I told you about this, and I watched it. It was Count Gore Duvall did Phantasm for DC Channel 20 for the Halloween special. And that was one of the scenes that, you know, how sometimes they have commercials and sometimes they cut them down a little bit. They cut when the fucking score comes on. And for me, that makes that scene. So when you cut it and it's already playing and you already see Mike going up there, I'm like, fuck, come on. You know what I mean? Exactly. It does make a difference.
Even Bubba Hotep has a great score, and I feel like people don't really mention that. And it's the same thing. It's utilized really well in that movie. That's why I said Coscarelli just in general, because I feel like it's worked well in that too.
I don't understand why that movie isn't talked about more. Maybe because it's...
I think that was one when it came out. It was like that when it came out. It was like there was a lot of hype around it. I remember at the time, like there was a lot of hype, but then it just like quickly vanished.
Even now, it's just like, meh. Maybe it's because of the tongue-in-cheek thing. I figured because of Bruce Campbell being so popular for being in The Evil Dead and all that other stuff, I figured that Bubba Hotep would capitalize more on that over the years. I mean...
And there's still talk of a sequel. I mean, this sequel's been in the works for friggin' decades now. Bubba
Nosferatu. You kidding me?
Bubba Nosferatu.
Yeah. They showed it at the very end.
Yeah, they were legitimately going to make that movie.
I would love to see that, dude. And to be honest, he's old enough now to, you know, yeah, enough time has taken place. Oh my God, the fucking dude, the pimple or the pus thing at the end of his dick and all that when he's talking about it, I'm fucking rolling.
I found it on VHS last week, by the way. It's gonna be.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Like some of his comments in there, I'm just dying, and it. Maybe it could have been cut down, but I find it to be interesting when he's talking about the other people in there dying or.
Well, again, I feel like it utilizes the time. I mean, I'm entertained by it. Like, it's not. We're not watching stuff that we don't need to see. Like, I don't know.
Right.
That builds on his character. It adds something to it.
Yep.
You know, we don't like again with The Exorcist. We don't need to see Reagan getting tests done 3 fucking times. We already
I mean, it's just too much, and I think Exorcist 2: The Heretic. That's one of the reasons why that fails as well, because that's half of what that movie is.
Fucking movie, basically.
I'm telling you.
The Exorcist Heretic. The best part about it is like those visions and like the tribes and all. Like that shit's creepy. But
yeah, it is.
The rest of the movie. It's like I'm sitting there just watching her with fucking tubes on her head and all, you know, the wires and shit. And what the fuck is this?
It's not as bad as people say it is, though.
No, it's not. It's just that's like you said, that's why that one fails.
Oh, I think that's why Part 3 didn't do as well as it should have.
Because it's called Part 3.
Well, not only that, but like I said, you and I got to do that one time. We got to watch The Exorcist and we have to watch Legion back to back.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just definitely. What up, dude?
How's
your family?
They're good. I'm tired.
Yeah, me too. Even though I took a nap. Still tired.
The girls like their aliens.
Nice.
Did you take a picture and show what you got them?
No.
Maybe you can do that sometime because I'm curious.
Oh, I just got him some plushies.
So I might want to see him.
Sure, they'll be in here in a minute. I can show you. Maybe it's fine. You know, I have a bone to pick. Just a small one. You guys always tell me how I'm being negative. I'm on there going to the bathroom and I'll hear you talking and bitching again about how long movies are. Wah, wah, wah. Get
It's
over
not the length; it's the stuff that they could have cut out. And a perfect example, and I hate to say it. Well, no, actually, I don't hate to say it. Is the Omen? The Omen has a lot of stuff.
The Omen is perfect. You can't cut a thing out of it.
There's a snuggly.
Talking about something you should cut something out of. Here, this is Miranda's.
Oh, that's so cute.
Same as Galaxy.
His name
And this is Harley's.
Galaxy Pinky.
And they named them already.
I guess.
Miranda's is Galaxy's, and that one is Harley's. It's Hey Hey.
Oh, that's cute.
And I got Danny a coffee mug.
Uh-oh.
Mug.
Mhm.
Mom does not drink coffee.
And I can't tell her what I got for myself because it would give away the fact that I got a blowjob from Hooker. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Miranda, go away.
That's not a gift. I dropped it.
I thought it was funny that they laughed when you said that. I was like,
I know,
oh,
me too.
boy. I was like, okay.
They laugh at everything. They don't understand.
I get it.
Pick up that book.
All right, now that he's here, I have to run upstairs and grab my food. I was just waiting. I didn't want you to be alone. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I come in and everybody leaves. What the hell? There was 10
No, I
people
just-
in there a little while
My
ago.
son came out with my food like an hour ago, but I didn't want to leave Jason alone.
No, I'm
so-
talking about the
Oh
audience.
no, I'm fine, dude. I'm fine. No,
I'll
I
be
don't want
right
your
back.
food to get cold.
That's all right. I'll be
This
right
for Danny.
What does it say?
Jason.
What does it say?
Roswell, New Mexico.
Oh, okay. Because you have it kind of to the side. I couldn't read the whole thing. That's really cool, dude.
It's from the invasion station.
I'm gonna go down there. I've never been
It's
there.
that's a neat place to visit. Well, like with the pictures that you sent were pretty cool.
Well,
Like,
I didn't even get to take that many, really.
yeah, but still, the ones that you sent were neat
Yeah,
because
I
they
know.
they capitalize on, and they should. I mean, I guess you got to do what you got to do today to survive. But
It's all over down there.
so,
I
any
took this one too.
plans?
I'm going to send you this one. I took this one today at lunch when I was getting my food.
Any plans to go back?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take the kids and Danny down there one of these weekends pretty soon.
Do they have any like museums of stuff that they found down there, or
Well,
like?
they have a UFO museum.
Do they really?
I sent you a picture of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what this
Yeah, the
is.
International UFO Museum and Research Center.
Hobbs, hell yeah. All right, let me see what we got here.
This is the McDonald's where the whole front of it is shaped like a flying saucer. And I didn't really get a chance to send very good pictures of it,
Oh, fuck.
but this was when I was waiting in line to get my food in the drive-thru.
I wouldn't mind going down there sometime.
I
Oh,
tried to
wow.
get a good picture, but
That's
I just
freaking
couldn't.
cool, dude.
And I tried to get a good picture. I just couldn't get a good one.
Yeah, you did.
No, I mean of the whole thing. Like I got a
Um,
little side view here, but it's got this little side view kind of, but it's all messed up. I can't really see it too well.
You know, this kind of looks like Close Encounters from the Third Kind. I wonder if he got a piece of that.
Yeah. A lot of those aliens look like that.
Oh, dude sitting on a rock, too. I didn't even see that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, they really do. They really do look like the Close Encounters ones.
And they got stuff, all different kinds of alien. A lot of those, like, you know, those things that are giant logs, basically, that are cut into statues of like bears, and
Mm-hmm.
you see
Yeah,
those along, especially in like mountain rural areas.
Right.
But we got a lot of those that are like aliens, and they're big ones too. and they're like wooden, and a lot of the businesses have them in front, and they're painted
That's
green.
cool.
Yeah.
They did that on if you watched it was one of the Bigfoot movies where they went to town. I think it might have been Exists, where they had, because Bigfoot had been spotted there, they had these big statues carved out of the trees or whatever of Bigfoot and all that. It's pretty cool.
Right.
Those pictures in the desert were pretty cool.
That's just the sunset, man. That was
It's beautiful.
it is beautiful, and it's funny how it changes colors so much. It goes from that like bright orange and blue into like a pink, and then into a deep purple,
Yeah.
and then it turns into like the silver lead color as the sun's almost gone. And it's like, when you watch, like, you've seen G.I. Joe the movie,
Mhm.
and the spores explode in space and the way they kind of cover over the earth.
Yeah.
Well, the clouds that I was driving under looked just like that, except it was going the opposite way. Like it was being drawn into the sun.
Yeah.
Like it looked so cool. And I wish I could have I tried to get a picture of these two cowboy things they have on either side of the highway, like out in the middle of nowhere. Like they're gunfighting across the highway. They're big giant cowboys.
That's awesome.
And they're out in the middle of nowhere. And I was like, I tried to get a picture of it, but I couldn't get my phone to cooperate.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So I don't think you can cut anything out of The Omen. I'm trying to think of like what you could cut out of that movie. Everything in that movie leads into something.
Don't get me
else.
wrong. I love The Omen. I love The Omen. I think it's a great film. But I think when they're doing some of the research, like when he's with the David Warner character,
See, that doesn't bother me. That's like part of what builds the suspense of that film.
not so much me, because of when they're going in that room with all the newspapers, and then the
See, I love that when they go into that priest room that's all like
Yeah.
crazy. You
yeah.
get to look into the mind of basically of this freaking guy.
Well, I mean, I don't think that he was necessarily crazy. I think he was dying and he wanted absolution.
Well, he was driving.
He
him
wanted to
crazy.
repent. Yeah, he had cancer. So
It was driving him crazy though.
yeah.
Dude, I stopped at Whataburger to get a burger on the way out of town.
What's that?
I never taken Whataburger. You never been to a Whataburger?
Mm-mm.
Oh, Whataburger's awesome. I thought they had them everywhere. Maybe not though.
Mm-mm. They don't have him
I know
here.
they got them. They got them all the way over to like. I know they got them all the way over to like. They got them in Arkansas. They got them in Pennsylvania. They got them in.
Huh.
Because I've seen them all the way over there, but yeah, they're really good. There's a lot of them in Texas,
Yeah.
and yeah, Ben's had Whataburger. He knows what it is. But like I went there and they were taking so damn long. I had a coupon: buy a Whataburger meal, get a free Whataburger. So I was like, why not use this coupon? I can eat one now, save one for later,
Right.
And they were taking so long. They were taking so long, and then when I got to the window, the lady was such a bitch. I was just like, I looked at her, threw my coupon at her, and drove off.
Really?
Yeah, I went to the gas station and bought 2 fucking deep fried gas station also burritos.
Yeah.
What we used to call gut busters in high school.
Not ready.
But I was
Hey,
like,
Ben.
fuck it. I've been waiting in this drive-through for 30 minutes. I should have been on the road already.
Yeah.
I still got to get gas, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm going. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock and you just got here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't even leave there till 6:30 my time.
Yeah.
That would have been 9:30 y'all's time.
Yeah. That
I
sucks.
made good time once I got on the road, but not bad for my eyes not doing so well. They felt better after it got dark. I think
No.
part of it is that it's the diabetes a
Mhm.
little bit, but it's also the fact that I look at these fucking screens all day and
Yeah. Your eyes get
um,
tired.
my eyes are tired and they're just
Yep. That's why I thought maybe you would have just been better off just maybe staying there tonight and going.
they
going
were that
home
way when I
tomorrow.
drove over there the other morning. They were that way, and they were that way
Yeah.
all week long. Every day they got that way. Hey, Michael.
Do you have to work Do you have to work tomorrow?
Hell no.
Good. Hey, Michael.
Yeah, we only have to do first and last Saturdays now.
That's good.
Unless they, for some reason, I did. Oh, I got a really nice office chair. I mean, it's got a tear in it, but
You
it's
told me you were going to bring that home.
it's
Hey, Ben, hey,
comfortable.
Michael.
I was trying to get one of the fold-up tables too, because they had an extra one, and she told me that if the lady doesn't need it, I can take it. But the lady never got back to her in time.
Yeah.
And I brought 2 back for my boss.
Where's your hand?
I brought 2 back from my boss, and they're in my trunk. And then I wanted to know it's those nice plastic fold-out ones, like I got in my magic room.
Nice.
And it's a free tab. But if I go down there and they still have it, and she doesn't, I'll swing by there and grab it.
Oh, stop.
Girls, your mommy's trying to take a picture. Sit still and take the picture.
Blood pressure meds.
Look up at
Okay.
Yeah, I took some blood pressure stuff before I left, right after I ate.
I've still never taken that stuff, Joe. That stuff for my my pulse.
Yeah, me too, loves.
I don't know what I'm waiting for. Fuck it.
And then too, I was watching my phone today while I was doing work, so it makes my eye looking at it, trying to watch that smaller screen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I ended up taking a nap, and then I went over to my daughter's and had dinner. Got to see my granddogs and my daughter, and then we just came home. So
Something else I wanted to remark on that you guys were talking about, because for most of the drive I couldn't get anything. There's no reception, no.
Really?
I got there's like no reception, no cell service, no Wi-Fi, no nothing.
that sucks.
But when I did get it, I was able to listen to you guys for a while, and then when I was coming up here, almost to the house, you guys were talking about, Hitchcock.
Yeah.
I've never thought of him as underrated. I mean,
It's not
he's
him
considered the
himself.
master-
I think
he's
Joe
considered
put it
like-
best. It's his movies like Psycho and The Birds, and maybe Vertigo, or
But even like Dial M for Murder is a household name. I mean, that movie's been remade
No,
3-4 times.
yeah, but it doesn't really get talked about at all, hardly.
Yeah, but that's the thing. What I wanted to say is that it's not so much I think that he's underrated. It's that today's audiences have no sense of history. They don't know what the fuck anything's about anymore. Look at you got people that are in, like, let's take rap for example. They say that they're hip. They call themselves hip hop heads. I see these kids on YouTube doing reaction videos, right?
Right.
And they call themselves hip hop heads, and everything they do is hip hop. They know everything about hip hop, and they have no idea who Ice Cube is. They think he's just some actor. I'm like, how can
Really?
you call yourself a hip hop head and not know who Ice Cube is?
Yeah.
Like, they don't know, because all they know is shit that's out now. They don't know the history of anything.
Yeah, but even myself, I mean,
Yeah.
seeing these movies a long time ago, like Strangers on a Train or Dial M for Murder, I forgot how good they were. And rewatching them again, I'm like, what the fuck, man? These fucking movies are great.
Do you know why I think that is?
Why?
It's the franchise effect. We
Maybe.
tend to be reminded. We don't watch those movies very often because we're not reminded of them all the time. But
True.
we have, like, you look at like Friday the 13th, right? There's what, 13 entries, 9 entries,
Yeah,
10,
that's
12,
true.
whatever, 12 entries.
Yep.
And that's just the official entries. You know what I mean? There's also like the Never Hiking Alone, Never Hiking Solo, that kind of stuff.
Right.
We're constantly reminded of these films. So we're like, oh yeah, I want to watch that. Oh yeah, I want to watch that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're doing this weird, obscure review. Oh, a Hitchcock film. I haven't watched that in forever. Like,
Yeah.
You know what I
even
find
the
too? I going back to what you said, Brad, about people not even knowing what some of these things are about, and I think that's why I like to do like the synopsis the way I do, because I've had people over the years comment on videos, literally saying that, oh, I didn't realize that's what that movie was about. And
Right.
I feel like sometimes even like Hitchcock's concepts are so unique, and people always want like unique horror and something new, but they have all these different types of movies available to them that they just haven't seeked out. Like.
Right.
Again, I mean, you think of like the concept of Strangers on a Train, and it's like, holy shit, that's an awesome concept. It's
It
so
is.
clever. And it's just, I feel like if people need to be more aware of what certain movies are even about, and maybe they'll be interested in actually watching them.
I need to be more aware and not watch Friday the 13th Part 2, even though I still will, like 20 times a year. I need to watch, some other stuff once in a while. And,
Sometimes what I think with your reviews, Jay or Joe, is you do what I consider and it's fine. It's your style. It's not a big deal. I don't care. Unless it's a movie I haven't seen, then I sometimes I'll go to where I think you're not talking about the synopsis anymore, but you do what I consider a walkthrough of the film. And I think that sometimes I just want to experience those things myself if I haven't seen it. The movie I've seen, it's who cares? But
so what the fuck am I supposed to say about it then?
well, no, I mean, I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the way you do the synopsis.
If I watch a movie,
I just kind of give the overview real quick, but like I said, it's your style. That's fine.
If I watch a review and someone doesn't really say what it's about, I'm already uninterested in their review. Because I don't know you know what I mean?
yeah, some people say that I don't say enough.
I don't know what they're talking about.
I think some people and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think on that point, I think too many people, all they do is sit there and describe the movie, and they don't give me an actual review. They just describe it. They don't tell me what's good about it. They don't tell me what's bad about it. They don't tell me anything that constitutes what I consider a review.
Yeah, I don't.
Describe.
I do agree with that. I agree with that.
And no, I'm not saying you do that, Joe. I'm saying a lot of people do.
No, I mean I do it to an extent, but my thought was, and I remember I made a video about this years ago, before I came back from YouTube. Okay, and I remember saying that when I review films, that was always going to be my intention, was that I was kind of separating reviews from critiques. I mentioned in that video way back when that, I'm not a professional at this. I don't intend to be. I'm not going to sit here and go through the choreography and the fucking, and all these little details. like teamwork. I mean, and sometimes I'll mention that stuff if it really does stand out to me. But
Right.
I think my point was I wanted to kind of give reviews for just the average person who wants to know if certain things about a movie were good, certain things about a movie were bad, and what the movie was about. And like I said, I have had a lot of people over the years specifically say they really like that style because it's kind of simple to the point. Like, this is what the movie is. Like, I like the acting because of this. I like the score, or I like the storyline because of this, and the setting was this, and and I mean that's just my style. Like you said, it's just my style. I mean, I appreciate. Oh yeah, no, and I think that's what it is with me, is that I don't intend to go these big critique reviews because sometimes
I like to do that. I like to big critique a movie. I don't like short, simple reviews unless there's a reason for it. Like that movie I did the other day, the Wild Eye movie. Yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like it took its inspiration from The Evil Dead, but it's basically another Frank Sudall movie, and I'm not saying that's not in a bad way. It's like there's not really a lot to specifically talk about if you've already said it in his other movies.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of the same thing. I don't know. That's just me, though. I like to do more like in-depth reviews. I like
when I see certain people, like average movie fans, like I was like, like us, like people, just regular people. Sometimes their reviews, they come across as like almost like pompous, like like. I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm pompous.
No. I'm saying other people. They come across that way. Like,
there we go.
If they're acting like they are an expert,
by mistake.
they have to describe every little thing. Like I said, the choreography and the camera work here, and there was this shot, and it's like, yeah, that's wonderful. At the end of the day,
in other words, everything I do in my reviews.
No, at the end of the day, I like to watch a review.
I did that in my Psycho review. I specifically talked about certain shots.
Well, I do in certain things. Like I do too. I mean, Strangers on a Train. We were talking about the shot earlier with the shot from the point of view from her glasses.
Oh my God!
If there are certain things that stick out, then absolutely. But there are people who are literally reviewing, like, I don't know, Freddie got fingered, and like the choreography when fucking Shaquille O'Neal. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, there's just certain things that are just unnecessary. And I think I'm the type of person, I like to do things the way that I like to see them, because I like to appeal to people that would, like if I'm watching a review to determine, is this something I'd be interested in? Yes or no. Basically, that's basically it. I don't need like a whole complete rundown of the script and the camera work and the shots and the lines and everything else. because sometimes for me that's too much. I much rather have a more in-depth synopsis and less about all the little details, because that's the stuff that I want to pick up myself when I watch it.
I prefer the more behind the scenes details. I like giving the facts and things behind the movie because that's the stuff I'm into. That's why I like physical media, because I get all those special features and stuff. It's not about even the packaging. Well, unless the packaging is really cool, but
Yeah.
I like getting all the special features. I like getting the behind the scenes interviews and the, shots from like how this was done and that was done. And, because I went to school, I wanted to make films and I didn't get to do that. So, but I wanted to, and, I wanted to act and I didn't get to do that a ton. I got to do some, but not a lot, but
Everybody
so that's what I'm
looks
into.
at things differently. Like,
and I just, I do my reviews off of what I like.
yeah,
Or what I want to hear in a review.
Exactly.
I said that before.
Same
That's
with
what
me.
I want to hear in a review. That's why I do my videos the way I do, is I do the way I want to hear it.
I wish
why I
I
like the videos.
watched more of the special features on a lot of the stuff that I buy. But I guess I figure I have time to do that, if I watch it again or when I watch it again or so on and so forth. But sometimes I wish I did, but sometimes the movie is just good enough for me. I don't know.
There's another thing I
Especially if
noticed. Another thing I noticed that I do is that if I watch a movie and I really love it, okay, I tend to like to watch reviews after I've seen a movie,
Yeah.
even if the review is spoiler free or whatever. I just something that I like to do because I like to see someone else's thoughts on it too, what they picked up on or whatever. And I noticed that if I really love the movie, I tend to like watching longer reviews for that movie.
Yeah.
If it's stuff that I haven't seen yet or stuff that I was just kind of like so about or whatever, I kind of want the review to be straight to the point, because
It also depends on who it is, though, and how entertaining they are. Honestly,
yeah, I mean, even still, I mean,
that's why I'm
like I always say, I don't really watch YouTube to be entertained because I have movies for that. I don't know. I
see, I do. If I want to watch, if I'm watching a review, unless it's a friend, I want to be entertained and educated.
Yeah,
I want both. That's why I do my reviews the way I do, and that's why I still think I have the best reviews on YouTube, because they're exactly what I like.
yeah.
That makes sense, I guess.
It's exactly what I want to see. That's why I like my reviews.
That makes sense.
So I mean, it makes sense. You're appeasing your biggest fan.
Yeah.
Exactly. But if you aren't your own biggest fan, you're not doing it for the right reasons.
No, I hear.
I don't know about that, but
I don't mean like I'm not talking about like, egotistical. I mean confident. You'd be your own biggest fan. If you're not, I've seen lots of people on YouTube, they do and it's still, I've told you before, I have lots of people that I watch their videos and I'm just like, are you done yet? Because this is boring.
that would be me.
No, it's not you. I've always told you your videos make me want to go to sleep, but in a good way.
Thank you.
You got that soothing Jason voice. Did you read my comment to Corinne earlier this morning, or earlier tonight when you guys got on?
No.
You didn't see it, or I'm sure you saw it. I thought I saw you laugh.
Exactly, Hobbs. Doesn't really come up, does it?
Oh no. To Corinne?
Yeah, she said something, and I heard it over the camera, and I was like, "Did she just say something about she was going to take it in her mouth or something like that?"
Oh yeah, that was the cake. Danny.
It really didn't sound right.
Well, it didn't sound right. That's why I made a comment. Yeah, Bones, I totally get you on that. I don't know if he means choreography or cinematography. I like to talk about cinematography because, I'm sorry, it's one of my pet peeves in a movie. If you can't fucking see it, it pisses me off.
There have been a few movies that I've watched as of late that they've had a little problem focusing the camera, but I've always said that there are some movies that you have to grade on a curve,
I'm not,
And-
yeah, but when it's a high budget movie, that's a problem.
Oh, if it's a high budget movie,
Well, I'm
fuck
talking
that.
like
I'll just turn the goddamn
Alien
thing off.
versus Predator Requiem quality. Like when it's that fucking, you can't see a goddamn thing because the lighting and the cinematography is so bad. You know, that's a problem.
Go ahead, Joe. Say it. Prom night. Good.
That one too. That one too. But that was
Buy
a,
the Synapse
that was a low
Blu-ray.
budget
It
film
takes
for its
care
time.
of that
I mean,
problem.
that was a low budget film for its, like, you know, leave it to Canada to fuck up the slasher.
I wouldn't say that because
Canada's foray into slasher movies.
we got a lot of good Canadian slashers.
Name one.
My Bloody Valentine.
Yeah, that's not a Canadian movie. It can be. It had to have been done by a transplant American.
They only say A through the whole movie.
Yeah.
Just because it's
A
based
boot.
in Canada doesn't mean it was made by a Canadian.
A boot.
A boot.
A boot.
And we
Sorry.
do. I
So
mean,
that's
like,
another one.
my favorite,
Sorry.
my favorite Canadian horror movie is Yoga Hosers.
Yeah.
And
like
it was
that
made
one.
by a guy from Jersey.
No, the Canadians gave us a lot of good horror movies. Because they got those were they tax shelters up there, or not tax shelters, but you got money to make movies up there. It was something they did for a while.
Yeah, film incentives. We used to have those here.
Yeah,
Until one of our governors decided to get rid of them.
along with everything else. You ever wonder why movies are made in a lot of places more than other ones? Like, seems like now the trend is Georgia.
Costs.
North Carolina.
Not just
Yeah.
but or overseas. The last 3 Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies were not filmed anywhere near Texas. They were all filmed in like Bavaria. Where the fuck were they filmed at? Like somewhere over there in fucking Europe. A lot of movies get made in South Africa because of the cost. You know?
Yeah,
And because they got cool environments.
yeah, that's true.
But yeah, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies aren't even filmed around Texas anymore.
Well,
Literally filmed in other countries now. I mean, Wrong Turn
Yeah.
is filmed in freaking, or like, where the fuck was Wrong Turn filmed? Like Prague or
What's it?
something? Or,
Alabama or
no, it was
supposed,
filmed in
it was supposed to be
no,
West Virginia.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about
Right.
like from number 3 to on.
oh,
Not the new one, but 3 to 6 were all filmed in like, I don't remember. It starts with a P, I think.
Paraguay.
Paraguay, Peru.
Yeah. Somewhere in Europe.
I believe it.
What time is it?
It's time for bed.
Come give a daddy
Oh, boy.
this and mommy.
Bust them with the alien plushie.
I love you.
Love you.
Yeah, Long Pigs was good. That's Canadian. I'm pretty sure.
You put on pajamas. I haven't seen that one
Different.
up here.
That's for sure. Have you seen that one, Joe?
Yep.
Good movie. That's what I should have picked for another movie. Now that I'm thinking about it. Sort of.
You want one?
That's the movie I had with the jerky.
It's in Bavaria, dude.
What the fuck is Bavaria?
Bavarian cream is in Bavaria.
What'd you say about jerky?
I think Long Pigs. I think that's the one that I have that came with the jerky.
Bavaria, it's a tiny little country.
Oh, I think you're right. I think I remember you telling me about that.
I have it. It's signed by the director, and it came with beef jerky.
Oh, dude, you can buy alien jerky and fucking
Okay, we're
And
going there
fuck.
for Mother's Day.
fucking Roswell.
What kind of meat is it?
I'm sure it's beef, but still, it's funny.
Hey, hon. Give me 1 second, guys.
Okay. Yes, so Joe, yeah, your reviews are total shit. Start doing them like mine.
Happy nice Joe.
Just teasing.
It's funny because every time I say something negative about something in a movie now, I always think about you as I'm filming. I'm like, son of a
I'm
bitch.
sure you do.
It knocks me off
You
my
never-
game.
Yeah, well.
No, not in a bad. I'm saying not in a
I'm
bad
tired
way.
of being told I'm the one always wrong. Fuck y'all, you judgmental fucks.
I'm thinking. I'm not in a bad way. I'm thinking like, oh, Brad will be proud. I'm actually saying something negative here.
Hey man, if it's a movie you've never seen and you're reviewing, especially if you're doing the review for like something else or whatever you're doing, it's a movie you've never seen, you're reviewing it
You okay?
just for the purpose of reviewing it to get the, talk about it, get it out there, whatever. Like what we used to do with Slashback, A lot of times we do movies we never seen, or we tried to, Tell the truth about it. Say what's up. If you don't like it, doesn't mean you have to be a jerk about it. You can talk and give a con,
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes ripping a movie is fun, but it's not all the time.
I have to be ready, and I was going to take a shower tonight, but I'll just wait.
No, I'd rather be positive. I say what I don't like about movies if I don't like something about it, but I don't focus on that.
Just because you find a negative in a film doesn't mean it's negative for you to say so.
Well, a lot of it's in the delivery.
I do like pros and cons lists. I talk about what I like, what I didn't like. But sometimes, like I said, I want to rip a movie, and I'm gonna fucking rip a movie.
Rip a turd right in your pants.
Hey, it seems to work. People seem to like it.
What, ripping a turd in your pants?
Hey, that too.
No, we don't. That's just ew.
Do you do the laundry, Danny?
Yes.
Yep. You don't want to rip a turd in your pants then.
He on his own.
Did you ever try to throw his underwear up against the wall and it sticks?
No, since we go to a laundromat, that probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Probably not.
It should be like lunch. It should be like.
By the way,
rude people.
when I was a kid, I loved fucking Dunkin' Donuts when I was a kid. They had like a million different kinds of donuts. Now you go to Dunkin' Donuts, they got like 6 different kinds of donuts, and that's it. And they fucking suck.
Not here.
Yeah, not here either, but I don't understand how we got donuts and
like,
shit in our pants.
Like every fucking Dunkin' Donuts I've gone to since I was a kid, you could get a powdered God damn it, the round ones that you can put jelly and shit in.
Jelly
stick?
donut?
A jelly stick?
A Bismarck.
Oh, fuck is a Bismarck?
It's a round donut that you put jelly in. It's a jelly donut, a Bismarck. They're called Bismarcks.
Never heard it called.
Not here.
That's what the actual. Okay, I
jelly
used to make
donut is what I've always called it.
But Jesus Christ, you don't have to put jelly in it. You can put Bavarian cream. You can put the donut itself. The shell of the jelly donut is called a Bismarck.
Okay.
And at Dunkin' Donuts, when I was younger, they would make those that were like powdered sugar.
Yes.
And they would fill them with chocolate or white icing, and then have a little icing flower bloom on them.
We have those here, yeah.
They stopped selling them here. They don't have any jelly donuts except for one jelly donut, and it's just got regular sugar on it, not powdered sugar. It's just regular. I'm like, what the fuck do you guys have? The coolest thing about this place is your fucking alien sign.
Well, Bismarck, he's not around anymore.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was named after the place.
Oh, you got what I need.
You say it's just a friend.
Oh, I'm trying to think of it now, Joe. Our love's like a river.
DJ dancing.
A prevert.
I want to watch Red State again.
So what?
I've been on a Kevin Smith kick lately, and I want to watch Red State.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I love the John Goodman in that too.
Yeah, me too.
I love John Goodman in everything.
That whole movie's fucking awesome, and it's almost like it's like several different movies in one.
He did a good job on it, and it's gotten a lot more love now than when it came out.
People still say it sucks, and I don't get that.
I've been seeing a lot more love for it lately. That one and Tusk. Tusk has been getting a lot of love lately too.
I've always liked Tusk.
Ugh.
Yeah, Corinne hated that one, but I've always liked it. It's a
I thought
nutty
it was
picture.
fucking weird.
It's
I mean,
really
that movie, he was like off the fucking wall weird in that one.
Michael Parks was a hell of an actor. I liked him in both Red State and Tusk, and The Evictors, and every other thing we can think of that he was in. He's very captivating to watch.
Mm.
That's a funny episode, Bones. Jason and I talk about that one a lot.
What's that?
The Prevert episode.
I watched Dogma yesterday.
Darlene said I was a prevert.
You're not a prevert, honey. You're a pervert.
Oh yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about now. It's the
Roseanne.
episode of Roseanne.
Oh.
Yeah.
Danny was asking if it was Mr. Bones' wife. I was like, I don't fucking know.
No, it's
I
Yeah.
know. I remember
It's
now.
from now.
yeah.
It's DJ talking.
Yeah.
They called him a
She goes,
prevert.
Mom, Darlene called me a prevert. She goes, No, you're
Yeah.
not a prevert, honey. You're a
You're
pervert.
a pervert, yeah. Nah, whatever.
I love that. Oh, shit.
Oh man, I still like when Dave and Darlene kept coming in and doing the
Yeah.
same thing over and over
Yeah.
again. Oh my god, that's so funny. Fucking flips DJ out. That's so awesome.
The two guys at the gas station in front of me that were getting stuff in front of me, I think they tried to use a stolen card.
Really?
Yeah, the lady's like, sorry, your card's restricted. And they just dropped their stuff and the card on the thing and walked out.
Nice. Yeah. They probably got caught. You got caught, motherfucker.
Oh, Becky, the lady that we used to work with,
Busted.
somebody approached her daughter and was trying to get her to give them money. Like they were trying to force her to give them money.
Oh man.
She kept telling them no.
And it happens all the time to me in Albuquerque.
I'm not giving me a drink.
Fucking A.
Oh wait.
Oh man, it feels good to be home.
YouTube is being a bitch again.
I was watching an early episode of Roseanne the other day,
Mm-hmm.
and Darlene called DJ David, which I thought was funny because his name, David Jacob.
Yeah, his name
It's
is
just-
David. Yeah.
It was just funny, like I caught like her calling him David. It was so weird.
Oh.
Cold in here?
We're about to see some Jason Dick or what?
No.
Eh?
You look like you're about to stand up.
No. Oh.
Did Corinne just walk into a closet?
Yeah. That's her room, the little closet.
Do we get to watch? Do we get to watch her come out of the closet now? The coming out of the closet special on the Super Slash.
Oh man.
Hope R. Kelly's not on there.
I was trapped in the closet. I pulled out my gun. Fucking South Park, greatest fucking episode ever. Is where.
Hey Tim.
Hey Tim.
Oh, I caught up on my South Park this week, Jay.
You what?
I caught up on all the new episodes of South Park this week.
Yeah. The St. Patrick's one was pretty good. It was all right.
That one was honestly my least favorite out of the.
My least favorite was Pajama Day. I didn't like that one that much.
And then the one where they're talking about nostalgia and getting old, I'm like, fuck y'all.
I still like the one where
The Russians are.
Tolkien.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny as shit.
Oh, Brad,
Oh, what?
you got Rick's package a few
Okay.
days ago. I don't know if I told you.
Okay. Yeah, she told me. Hi, Rick. I got your
You got,
package.
you got Rick's package,
I
Brad?
got the big old
Uh-oh.
package. I can't wait to stick it in my. Wait, never mind.
Huh?
Nothing. My wife is. Yeah, I know.
He's gonna fill
I'll
his
open it
Bismarck.
later. I just got home. Jesus. Actually, bring Rick's package here.
He's got to
Bring it
fill
here. I want to
his
show what I got. Bring it
Bismarcky.
here.
It's a Bonger cream Bismarck.
Get it. Hurry up.
A
Hurry up. Hurry up.
Bismarcky.
I'm gonna unbox my Sabrosa right here on the Super Slash Bros.
We'll mute you.
Why?
I don't know. Why not?
How come I don't see Rick? I see them saying hi, Rick. Where the fuck is Rick? I don't see Rick.
I know.
My wife said hi, Rick. Danny, Rick's not even fucking in here.
That's
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's the ghost of Sub Rosa past.
Danny, how would I know where the fucking package is?
What?
You got it out of the mail. I'm the one that's been gone all week.
I don't know.
She's
You
all
want
like,
my-
where
you want
is
my-
it? How the fuck should I know?
I thought,
Here.
I guess the door is
A
not
bloop, a
open.
bloop, a bloop.
Cold in here.
A little bit. Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's
I got-
56 degrees Fahrenheit.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, expect a low of 54 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Ask her. You know, you ask her.
What?
Ask her what the temperature is going to be at 9:30 in the morning.
Check it out, Jay. Look at that.
You think
It's
she'll
got a
know that?
Sub Rosa sticker on it.
Uh-oh. He got some Sub Rosa on there.
Yeah.
What'd
What
you
the
get?
fuck are you talking about? Hi, Rick. The Rick's not even in the fucking chat.
Yes, he is.
Where?
I don't know. Oh, he's not.
No,
Yes, he
he's
is.
not.
I don't know.
That's Hey.
I
He
married
was
a
here earlier.
bimbo. I'm gonna have to show these off on a video too because I'm sure
Message retracted. I didn't see him. I swear I didn't.
And Bobo. I saw that. I thought it was Rick. I don't know why.
Mhm.
All right, what'd you get?
I'm about to show you.
Oh, get on with it. We ain't got all night. God damn.
Yes, we do. I haven't even started drinking yet. We've got plenty of time.
Oh shit.
You've got 26 minutes, pal, and then it's over.
Let's do this.
26 minutes. 26 minutes, motherfucker.
This ends at midnight.
It's gonna take him 26 minutes to get that package open.
The whole package is like unfolding when I. It's like, okay. Yeah, this is dope.
They're allowed to send dope through the mail. Michael Myers, there you go.
A mini bust. I think I'm gonna take it out.
He does have a mini bust. He's not a woman, however.
It's the 1978 mini bust.
Thank you.
This is made from Trick or Treat Studios.
Michael Myers has a mini bust.
Hmm.
As opposed to a
Double bust?
double bust, yes.
Double bust?
Biggie bust, yeah.
Oh, now I see it.
Oh, he stuck some goodies in here because I only ordered 2 things.
What'd you get? Come on, motherfucker.
I'm about to tell you. Hang on.
Oh my god.
There's shit in here I'm digging out of the box. Hold your horses.
Digging in your crotch, is that what you said?
I said out of the box.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
Okay, so I got a few of these already for a different thing, mostly for music. Fuck the mainstream sticker.
Okay.
Like that. Now let's see. on Underworld Sabrosa, like thick sticker, like padded sticker.
It's a puffy sticker.
Yeah. Let's see it. Black Lava. I don't know what the hell that is.
Black
I
Lava.
can't see it. It's too dark in here.
It's one of the. It's a company that he's kind of partnered with a little bit.
Okay, I can't really see it from here. I can't see it in here.
Yeah.
But it's some sort of card. That's cool. And then, I dropped something. Oh, his business card.
They only have the baby spreads.
Yep.
I don't know if that was it or not, but one of the soda things were for something, almost $5.
Oh, look at that. He sent me Necro for free.
What is Necro?
It's a movie.
Okay. Had you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Oh, how cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heck, he was just talking about it. He and I were talking about it the other day. And then I got number 362 of 500 of this limited edition with a nice slipcase Death Escort Service Special Edition DVD from Black Lava.
From Black Lava.
Mm-hmm.
So wait a minute. That used to be from the something box. What is it called?
Sleazebox, yeah. Sleazebox still puts it out.
What's
The
that?
original one's from Sleazebox, but this one is from Black Lava.
I wonder if Black Lava is now where it used to be the Sleaze box.
I don't know. Guys, go check out Rick's site, Sabrosa Entertainment. He's got a lot of cool stuff. And even though he doesn't like mainstream, he does have a bunch of mainstream stuff on there.
He likes some mainstream stuff. He just doesn't like Halloween.
And there's no accounting for taste. So it's got a side slip cover, Jay.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Now, is that wrapped too, the inside DVD?
No.
Okay.
Just the outside one was. But it has special features, unlike the other edition. Let's see. We got full uncut version. Special features.
That means you get to see more of the old man's balls.
Yeah.
You what?
That means you get to see more of the old man's balls. Thank you.
Behind the scenes, deleted scenes, trailer, photo gallery, teaser, Indiegogo video, and Herb visits the Discord service set. I don't know who Herb is, but okay. So we were talking about this, and he told me he wanted my thoughts on it on Necro. I've never seen it, but I have. But I've got a friend who's got it, and we talked about watching it a few times.
Bill?
No. I do have more than one friend. Bill's just the only one I see all the time. Or at least on a weekly basis.
I prefer.
Is it Black Lava Entertainment?
No, that's not. I can't see it. Let me see. www.blacklava.at. I don't know what the fuck AT stands for. I like my stickers. I like stickers.
Black Lava Entertainment.
Is that one a sticker?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So thank you, Rick, for the extras. I mean, thank you for sending me my package too. I did pay for it, but thank you for that. But you didn't have to send the cool extras. Thank you, bro.
Huh. Is Necro from Black Lava too?
No, this release isn't. It's kind of hard for me to see in here right now. I got all the lights off. Let's see. Also contains the trailer for Don't Go Into the Fucking Woods. This says horror porn rated. I don't know if that's the company or if that's just the or if that's just something they put on this video. It may be from the company horror porn. I don't know. It says horror porn all over it. Right there. I don't know who made it. I've seen it, or oh wait, here it is. Inwell Productions. Inwell Productions. Or is it no, it's In Hell. In Hell, sorry. I said I can't really see that well right now. It's In Hell Productions.
I looked up Black Lava. Here it is, Deathsquirt Service. Limited to 500 slipcase edition. Nice.
Yeah, he's got another one on there, but it's signed by like all the cast or something like that. He wants like $150 for it. A little rich for my blood. For at least for right now. I want one I could watch, not one I'm just going to sit on the shelf.
What?
If I'm paying $150 for that fucking movie signed by all the cast, I'm probably not going to open it. You know, I wanted one that I could watch, you know?
Huh. Pretty interesting.
Okay, I upgraded my computer to Windows 11 or whatever it is now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like the fucking pop-up shit. Like, you barely hover your fucking mouse on the bar and it pops up shit that I just don't give a fuck about.
Looking up Mr. Rick's website now.
Sabrosa? Yeah, he's got some good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't anything else I really wanted right in the moment. This little bust was pretty cool. I liked it. It was the last one he had on there.
Oh shit, he's got a headless figure on there.
He's got a what?
Headless figure.
He said he was getting more stuff in, so. Hey, Craig.
Oh, that's badass, dude. $135. Too rich for my blood, but it's really cool. That's some crazy shit. I like his website.
Yeah, I like it too.
I go on there occasionally.
Yeah, me too. See what he's got. Anything good I want.
Madness of Many. I want to get that eventually. Heard some good things about that.
I did find some more action figures while I was gone.
What'd you get?
A couple He-Man action figures I found at their Walmart.
You saw the pictures I showed you, right? The pictures I took for you.
Yeah,
Anything good?
they're all good. I just got them all.
Okay.
Well, except for that Moss Man. I don't have that Moss Man from the Revelations. I don't have that one.
You had the Origins of Evil one. The 2 figures.
Oh yeah, the Keldor and the
Mm-hmm.
Kronos. Yeah, I have those.
Hey, Craig, what kind of effects is she having? That sucks. Snapped his arm, huh?
What's that?
Oh, damn, Jake snapped his arm. I'm sorry, dude. Sorry, bro. That's rough. Sucks when your kids are hurting or sick.
I'm missing it.
Oh, I almost left my one of my jerseys in the hotel.
Ooh. Dude, I'm sorry.
I had
That
to go back
sucks.
and get it. I almost drove away without it, though.
Freaking long COVID. That sucks.
Animal stuff.
I didn't even get into your candy.
So who else throws the wrappers back in the thing?
It wasn't me. Probably one of the girls did it.
So
Harley
there's
was
that
in
much
here
stuff.
earlier. Well, I was doing something else.
What were you doing?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Something else is code for masturbating.
Oh, pervert. Or freebird.
What the fuck did you just say?
Somebody got in my stash of sugar-free candies. I figure it was Danny because Danny's the only person I know that puts the empty wrapper back in the packaging. She said it wasn't her. Then maybe it was Harley. Harley was in here while she was doing something else. I said something else is code for masturbating.
Oh, okay. I get it now. So everybody gonna watch for Easter?
Critters 2.
I have no idea. We're going to a barbecue at my parents-in-law's house.
Put that one.
I like how you had to think about Critters 2 for a second, but it's an Easter one.
It is. You're right. It is.
Yeah.
I had to think about that one.
I usually do watch it around this time every year.
Do you really?
Because what is there for Easter horror that's like good? Like, I love Critters 2.
Has anybody seen the Easter Bunny Massacre yet?
Jack watched it. He reviewed that.
Yeah, I know, but have you guys seen it?
No. I saw it at Walmart.
I might look at the Bunny Man Massacre this year. I think I watched Bunny Man last year.
I recommend Bunny from Wild Eye. That's a good one.
Is that an Easter one?
I don't remember, but it's a good film. And it's got a hot chick dressed up as a psychotic bunny.
That's true.
Does she fuck like a rabbit too?
I'd love to find out.
Wait, what, Craig? Yeah, Night of the Lepus. That's this one.
Big bunnies.
Yep.
They said that you snorted coke. What the fuck? You're not supposed to do that in front of your children, Craig.
Baseball bats and frying pans. Pick one or the other, at least.
He was just making music.
I'll have to pick up Easter casket sometime.
What?
Hey Jay, so I was listening to Harvester of Sorrow on the way home.
Metallica.
It was playing on the radio.
Love that song.
Yeah, me too. You ever seen Hook? You know, Robin Williams, 90. You know, the guys all shout Bangaree, like the kids. After James Hetfield goes, Harvester of Sorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I could, if you didn't know what the lyrics are, I could have swear it goes, Bangaree. I was like, it does sound like that. What the hell?
I'm surprised they played that one.
Oh, they play it all the time on the radio here. Our 94 Rock plays a lot of Metallica. All different Metallica.
Yeah, but usually they don't.
From the new to the old to everything. They did whose birthday was it the other day? Somebody's fucking birthday for Metallica. Or sometime like a month or a week or a month or so. I don't remember how long ago it was, but they played Kill 'Em All from start to finish.
Really?
Yeah, in honor of his birthday. It's one of their birthdays. I don't remember whose.
I need to get some more Dustin Mills films.
Who's Dustin Mills?
Low budget splatter director.
What's he directed?
Skinless or The Ballad of Skinless Pete. Easter Casket. Kill That Bitch.
Titles like that, you can't go wrong.
The Hornet's Sting and the Hell It's Caused. Apple Cart. Snuff It. The Puppet Monster Massacre.
I don't think I've heard of any of them.
Most of them aren't easy to find. Skinless is about the one that you probably his most common movie.
It's about
I
circumcision.
was gonna say the Ballad of Skinless Pete sounds familiar.
That's an alternate title for Skinless.
Something about that. I don't know if maybe you've said it before. I don't know.
It's a decent movie. You know who Mr. Parka is?
Mr. Parka?
Mm-hmm.
You're not talking about that thing on Hulu, are you? That
No.
horror movie Christmas thing?
Yeah, he's on YouTube. He's in the movies too.
No.
Yeah, Dave Parker.
Oh, Parker. I think said. Oh, never mind.
Well, that's his channel name is Mr. Parka.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. No, I don't know who that is.
He's in. Let's see. He was in
Craig, did you have to shave it to get rid of the remnants of the coke?
Okay.
He was in
I need to
Headless.
sit up before I go to get tired.
He was also in Hunter.
I know he's been in a few things.
Well, he was in a bunch of Dave. What's his name stuff? Dustin Mills.
Mhm.
Because they're buddies or something. Or fading.
I'm not fading. I've been faded. What are you talking about? No, I need to sit up. I stretched out because my back was hurting, but my feet were hurting. But I need to sit up because I'm like,
You have no beard. What the hell, man?
I need to take some medicine too.
I haven't bought it yet, Greg.
So they only had the DVD at Walmart today. I didn't see the Blu-ray, so I didn't do it.
What?
Did they make it on Blu-ray?
What?
The Chucky TV series.
Oh yeah, it's on Blu-ray. In fact, that's all I've seen it on.
No, I'm saying I was at Walmart today. They only had the DVD. That's why I didn't get it.
Really?
So I
Like all the promo material I saw for it was only for a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Huh.
I may have to go by there this weekend.
How many episodes did you watch, Joe?
First 4, maybe.
Fun show. Yep, Walmart sucks ass. You got that right.
Yep.
So was it Dave the other day that said that we might get trick or treat on Vestron?
Yeah, we are supposed to be.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
About time.
They'll screw it up somehow.
But-
They either won't get the soundtrack right, or
Yeah, I hope they don't change anything. You know.
was that?
But I hope they don't change anything.
You better not. That's a first day must buy for me.
Not that I don't have the VHS and like 3 or 4 different copies of the DVD, but
Right.
still, there's a 4 or more for you right there.
I have one copy of it.
I have the VHS. I have the jewel case DVD.
Got
I
that.
have the keep case DVD with the same artwork. Then I have a keep case DVD with different artwork. And then I have it in a multi-pack with Prom Night, The Wraith, and The Gate or something like that.
Get the fuck out of here. Really?
Yep.
Wow. I've never seen that in a multi-pack anywhere.
It's a 4-pack. It came in 2 individual DVD cases in an outer box. And they were all on separate discs.
Wow. Like I said, that's one movie I've never seen in a multi-pack.
Yep.
I had the jewel case one.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Do I?
The VHS is my favorite just because of the artwork. Because it has the
Oh,
original
it's
stuff
the
on it.
original poster
Yeah.
artwork.
No idea.
And I have the cassette soundtrack too.
I have the CD.
Okay.
I still might have the cassette somewhere.
Yeah.
Trick or treat. I watched it. Did
I
I
watched it.
recommend it for something, Joe?
I watched it last October. I usually watch it in October. I don't know. I don't think.
Did I watch it with you?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, right.
Drinks, but I feel like if I do, I may fall asleep.
Are you on mute?
No.
We can hear everything.
I was just gonna say that. Damn. Maybe we did, Joe.
We
Not
could have.
everything you can't.
We could have. Now that I think about it, I don't know.
It wasn't that long ago that I actually watched it.
Yeah.
I was just telling her I want to drink, but I have a feeling if I do, I'm gonna fall asleep.
Did you say you watched it in October?
Around October, yeah. I usually watch it sometime before Halloween every year.
First page I turned to was October of last year, and I see Trick or Treats.
Oh,
There's Dead Kids. We watched that in October.
I like Walmart. I always have.
Lair of the White Worm. We watched that.
Yep.
Silent Rage, Day of Judgment. Trick or Treats. What a fucking mess this is. Well, it's like, okay.
What are
So
we talking about now?
it was, of course, when they were having their AMC was having their
Fairfest?
movies, right?
Yep.
So, and I tracked everything I watched, and only if I watched it in its entirety.
Uh-huh.
October was a rough month for me because I watched a lot of Halloween.
Yeah.
I watched The Chair. Huh? Remember that VHS you made for me?
Yeah.
I watched that last October. I watched The Midnight Hour on YouTube.
Yeah.
Savage Water, Deadly Games. Open House. Sound familiar?
Adrian Barbeau.
Hmm? Kenny and Company. Oh, fucking Lumber versus Jack. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
What a turd. What a fucking turd that was.
Jack versus Lantern.
Mm.
Hey, Vestron released Maximum Overdrive.
A while back, yeah.
They still
31.
have to put with music by AC/DC on the cover to sell that motherfucker.
Shit, no. I must not have, Joe. I remember I watched it last year sometime.
Yeah.
Well, they did.
I remember talking to you about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Hopefully it's out on Vestron before Halloween this year.
we watched Screwdriver that month.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, remember at the
That was already October?
Yep.
Holy shit.
I started out the month with The Burbs. That was that Umbrella Blu-ray I got from the flea market.
Oh.
And I ended the month with Halloween 2, 1981.
That's funny. It's going to be October 30th scheduled for this year.
What
That's
is?
weird. Halloween 2.
No, what's going to be October 30th?
Halloween 2.
What?
Halloween 2?
How can that be October 30th? I don't understand what the hell you're talking about.
Review for Halloween 2 is going to be scheduled the 30th of October.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
Well, you got break shit.
Yeah,
You go on.
I tossed something into the trash.
Me apparently. I'm kind of getting
Man,
not hungry.
it's not working for me tonight for some reason. Halloween. Really? I watched a couple episodes of the Lethal Weapon TV show. It was okay. Wasn't bad.
I couldn't do it. That's a show that I don't think should have ever been made.
And you didn't see any of it?
Nope.
Hmm.
Never said it was bad. I said I couldn't do it. It's a show I don't think should have been made.
I didn't say you said it was bad. I just asked you if you'd ever seen it.
Nope. I had no desire to.
Yeah,
There's
me
only
neither.
one Martin Riggs and one Roger Murtaugh, and they are played by Danny Glover and Mel Gibson.
Well, hate to break it to you, but that is not the case.
That is in my mind.
I think they replaced him in the second season, Craig.
Yeah, because he did something stupid, I think.
Yeah, something like
Did
that.
something, and they got rid of him.
Rob Zombie's making the Little Mermaid.
Pretty sure he's joking.
Actually, wouldn't surprise me.
I bet I know who's playing Ariel.
She's too old.
Yeah.
She's
She
too
got to get
old.
her hair dyed. I'll have to cut her legs off and put a fin there.
I do want to see the Munsters.
Yeah, I gotta say the footage that they posted, her and Rob Zombie, looks pretty good.
And he said it's going to be true to the show. It's very, like, G rated. Or PG rated, whatever they rate it.
Oh, that's right. Isn't that who they replaced him with? Stifler?
So he can take his Rob Zombie-isms out for the Munsters, but he can't do it for Halloween? What the fuck?
Maybe he ain't don't want to.
All the Munsters fans got all up in arms when they heard he was doing it. He's going to ruin it. He's going to turn him white trash like everything. And he comes out and says, oh,
Was that everyone, or was that just you saying that?
No, I didn't say it at all.
Oh my god.
I've been looking forward to it. Talking about Munsters fans I've been seeing on the internet and stuff. Like, I've been looking forward to it. I was like, oh, I wonder what he can do with this. And I don't mind it when he does that to his own shit. It doesn't bother me at all. I just think it's funny that, you know, I don't know if he succumbed to the pressure of the fans or whatever, but he says that he's making it totally G-rated. I don't know if the studio told him to do that or whatever, or, you know, but I just think it's funny, you know, like, really? Okay.
That he crapped all over your Halloween, but he's making the Munsters G-rated?
Couldn't give us a more true-to-life Halloween, but he can give us a true-to-life Munsters, really? Fuck, you know?
Who said Michael's mom wasn't a stripper?
You ever seen her in that first film? Does she look like a stripper to you? Does she
Well-
look like she could even be a stripper to you? I mean, like,
Maybe that's where they were coming from. Maybe she was stripping and the father decided to attend.
dude, look at her. She is no stripper material.
and-
I'm telling you right now, she's not.
That wasn't his father. That was her John.
I'm talking about him. I'm talking about her. She is not stripper material. She didn't have near close enough of body.
Judith Myers was the stripper.
There you go.
Yeah. Was that a picture from Playboy, Joe?
That was one of her Playboy pictures. Yeah,
God damn.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
She was smoking back then.
Mm-hmm. What does she look like now? And please don't tell me Marta Kober.
No, she's. I mean, she looks good for her age, but I mean, she's older.
Grandma?
Yeah, but she looked real good back then. She's in that movie Hots too, that Anchor Bay release.
Oh, no shit, really?
Yeah, she's like one of the Playboy centerfolds that they talk about on the cover of the DVD, featuring Playboy centerfold.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Rob Zombie's the Masters of the Universe. Oddly, I could get behind that maybe. Could you imagine what he could do with the fantasy world? Like,
I bet I
I
know
could
who's gonna
just
play
see it.
She-Ra.
Do
She's gonna
what?
be Sherry is gonna be She-Ra.
No. Not even he would do that.
Nah, he wouldn't do that.
She's not hot enough. He needs somebody way hotter to play She-Ra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't do that.
She ain't hot.
There
She
was-
wasn't hot enough back when she played Baby to play She-Ra. Shit. Or
So,
muscular enough, or big enough. You'd have to have somebody muscular. Like Beth Phoenix would make a good She-Ra. Or
so all he's got to show is her bare ass, and that would do the trick right there. And a He-Man film.
I don't know about that. That ass is kind of saggy these days.
Oh boy. So you talk about all the atrocities that he did to Halloween, right? But he wouldn't do that to Masters of the Universe.
I didn't say that. I said he wouldn't put her in that role. You need somebody bigger.
I don't know.
Say what you want about the guy. He knows how to cast spots. He does pretty well at casting things.
He uses the same people for just about every movie.
I'm just saying.
No, a lot of directors do that. A lot of people have their people. Look at Kevin Smith. He's got his group of people he works with, like all the time. And
I'm telling you,
Adam
Sherry
Sandler's got a
Moon
group of people.
would be She-Ra.
Nah, I at this stage in her career, I could see her doing like Queen Marlena. I could see her putting her as something like that. Yeah. But
Rob himself is gonna play He-Man.
I have the power.
luckily, aside from bit cameos, Rob has been smart enough to keep himself out of his own movies.
He can't film and shoot heroin at the same time.
Nah, he knows that he can't act.
And Tim Burton's a bigot, didn't you hear?
What?
Oh Jesus!
I had to. I couldn't help it.
Oh
What the fuck
God!
are you talking about?
Apparently, there's scuttlebutt going around that Tim Burton's a racist.
Some people on YouTube are claiming that.
No.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck? I'm about to become a racist. I'm gonna be racist to every fucking motherfucker on the planet.
The same guy who wanted to cast Marlon Wayans as fucking Robin, and who cast Billy D. Williams as Harvey Dent.
Yeah.
But he's
I'm-
racist.
I'm racist towards everybody. This world is full of stupid, idiotic people.
They said he's racist because when he was young, he said he felt like shows now are just putting certain characters in shows just to fill a quota, and he said if it doesn't come across,
Imagine that.
it seems
That's
more
his-
racist that way than they're just doing it just to fill a quota.
That's exactly true.
He basically said make it make sense. If you want to cast certain nationalities, so be it, of course, but make it make sense.
That's exactly true.
He's saying that's like
I
the
agree
Brady
with
Bunch.
it completely.
He said that's like the Brady Bunch having like an Asian cousin all of a sudden. You know what I mean? It's like just throw it in there.
Hell, cousin Oliver already killed them enough as it is.
I mean, he's fucking right though.
Nah, you can't be right these days.
How does that make him racist?
I don't know. Don't give a fuck either.
There's only one. Well, we all know, Joe. There's only one person that's not racist.
Who's that?
Just
Dude, you're
kidding.
fucking losing me on this shit. Fucking say what you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I haven't been paying attention to no fucking shits. I don't know what the fuck.
You've been busy all week.
Lawrence?
No. Oh my god.
Lawrence.
I don't fucking know.
You fucking know. Think about it. Yeah.
I have no clue what. I guess okay.
We're saying
So-
that's where it's all coming from.
Yeah, more or
oh,
less.
seriously? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Uh huh.
Are you serious?
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
thought he was like a super fan of his.
I called him out on it.
we both
Where?
did.
On what? On a video?
No.
The chat.
Really?
Mm-hmm. We had an interesting week.
What chat was this in?
Hmm.
Wolfpack.
Okay, I don't know what that is either.
Facebook group? You know this.
I don't do Facebook. You know that.
Yeah, but it's a messenger thing. You were in it, weren't
No.
Uh-huh. Indeed.
you?
Oh,
Yeah.
that I left that thing like forever and a million days ago.
Yeah, I thought
don't know
so.
what the fuck goes on.
You know, I knew you were in it though at one point.
That wasn't a Facebook thing, wasn't that just on Messenger?
Yeah,
That's
Facebook
what
Messenger.
Facebook is
Oh,
Messenger.
or whatever. I don't fucking know.
Wait a minute. We have to be a detective here. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Sherlock Holmes, this motherfucker.
Yeah, well, I'm fucking tired, man.
Yeah, me too.
Wow, that's pretty funny though.
Yeah, Tim Burton's racist.
Well,
Yep.
I don't know.
You're still there, motherfucker,
Where?
in that group.
I left that group a long time ago.
Apparently you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
I still
I haven't
remember.
seen a thing from them in maybe a year.
You probably just
Or more
muted.
than a year. I haven't told
Still
Queenie
shows
I
you
was-
remember.
I haven't told her I was leaving. Said I don't know any of these people really, and half their opinions piss me off. So I told her. I don't fucking care about any of these people. I'm leaving. You know?
Like I said, Joe and I had an interesting week.
Shit.
That kind of set us off a little bit.
You couldn't have told me about it? What the fuck?
You ain't been around, motherfucker.
I
You
like to be
ditched us.
I was around. I tried to contact you a few times. You kept
ditched
pushing
us.
me off.
You ditched us for the aliens. You left
Oh,
us for the
bullshit.
aliens.
You kept pushing me off. I called you like 4 times. Hey, you busy? Yeah, I'm filming videos. Yeah, sure you are.
Sure I am. Okay. I'm scheduled out until the end of
Hey,
October.
you busy? Yeah, but I got a
Yeah,
sore
we're like literally into November with the next one now.
Yep.
I'm like, hey, you busy? No, but I got a sore throat. I can't talk.
It's killing me right now, motherfucker.
But you still talking?
Yeah, because you'll get mad at me if I don't.
Whatever, go away.
Yeah, Craig, it's the same thing here.
What?
Craig said living in Australia, just being a white makes you racist these days. So it's not just Australia.
Yeah.
That's a good thing I'm not white.
Tim Burton, the bigot.
Neither is Joe.
Joe just hasn't realized that yet.
He's not
What?
white.
I'm not white. I always say that. I actually said that before, remember? I say I'm fucking Italian. I'm not white.
You are Mediterranean, sir. You are of Mediterranean descent. You might as well be olive skinned and an olive picker.
That's not nice.
Brad, that's racist.
I usually am kind of olive skinned in the summer, actually. I get like an olive skin when I tan.
How's that racist?
I don't know.
Danny, shut up. Jesus Christ, now you're fucking stupid.
Craig said he's just a convict.
I had
Sorry.
a great uncle who was shipped from Ireland to a penal colony in fucking Australia.
He said penal.
And like 1915.
Molesting Street.
Fraggle cock.
Did you know that Fraggle Rock was an HBO show?
Yep.
He said penal. And how did you learn that?
From you, dumbass.
See?
But like, I watched that shit all the time as a kid, but we didn't have HBO. So how the fuck do we watch it?
It was
Well,
on
they did
other.
put-
It was on
Yeah.
other stations too, but it was
Yeah.
originally an HBO show.
I actually worked really hard on that stuff. Tried to find something.
So you can always paint the picture.
Yeah, that's right.
Bunch
I
of
wanted to
great-
find some things that kind of maybe would interest more than just myself. Figured it worked well with the whole theme of doing it year by year.
Every town has a molesting street.
Yep.
Imagine Freddie saying that instead.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I'm like Irish and Polish and who the fuck knows what else.
I'm German, Irish, and Sioux Indian.
Who are you gonna sue?
That's all there is to it.
I'm Cherokee.
I'm not.
You're French. You fucking suck.
Hey, you always call her a frog.
Yeah, Craig, that's like my family.
Yes. My wife's family is kind of like that. It's fun though. That's why I knew what a lot of those terms were.
Yeah.
It's fucking entertaining as hell though. I mean, when they have parties, they had parties. Boy, were they fucking fun. They outlasted me though, because I don't know. I must have been a lightweight even back then. They were up playing cards 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning,
I missed that.
drinking coffee and beer.
I
Yep.
miss playing cards.
You have a whole bunch of magic cards. Go fucking play with them.
Talking about poker, motherfucker.
Eh.
Poker? I hardly know her.
Poker in the front, liquor in the rear, or liquor in the front, poker. I don't know, something like that.
Poker on the penal colony.
He said penal.
By the way, for anybody out there that's a hater on the new Halo show, they can kiss my ball sack. That
Show
show's
sucks.
fucking amazing. It's so fucking good.
Master
I'd be
Chief,
very
more like
curious.
Master. Fuck him.
What'd you say?
I said Master Chief, more like Master Queef. Fuck him.
I don't have to say that anymore.
That was just gay.
I don't give a fuck if it's Halo or not. You can't say it anymore. You gotta say
Master
primary chief. Please say primary chief just once. Yeah. Oh, I would have got the biggest kick if they would actually fucking change that. I would have died.
Imagine.
I am actually, to be honest, I am looking forward to it because even though I was never good at it, my daughter was quite good at it, but I always thought it was a really neat game. Just couldn't play it to save my life.
Craig, I had an ex-girlfriend. She was 100% Italian. Her whole family was big Italian. And I went to her house, and they always had a spot place for me at the table. And like, I remember one night I was having like a family dinner for like some special occasion, and I didn't want to eat because I needed to go to this family dinner after. There was no fucking way to say no, so I had to eat like this whole meal at my girlfriend's house, and it was like a full 4 or 5 course meal, and then go to the restaurant with my family and eat after that. And my mom's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Why'd you eat?" They had no choice. Like, they would get
What the fuck is wrong with you? How do you expect me not to eat?
And at the end of it all, he still looked her right in the eye and said, "What? No fucking ZD now?"
It was fucking hardcore shit.
They don't play. They don't play. I always got put in back of the table by the fucking window, so I could never get out. It's like
My mom has this thing where she'll randomly like text me and be like, "Where are you?" And I'll be like, "What do you mean?" She'll be like, "Oh, I have a plate set for you." I'm like, "Well, why'd you say?" I'm like, "I didn't say I was coming over." She's like,
fucking
"Well,
chicken cutlets? You got
say
chicken
whatever.
cutlets on
Yeah,
there.
She's like, "I made this. I know you like it." I'm like, "Well, you didn't tell me that." She's like, "All right, we'll be here in 5 minutes. It's time to eat." And it's like, luckily she lives right down the street, but it's like,
Yeah.
sometimes I'm like in the middle of eating something here, and it's like I have to stop what I'm doing.
I'd be like, "Mom,
mom
throw it in the
sounds
fucking
awesome.
microwave. I'll come over tomorrow."
There's none of that. It's like, I get it.
People kept asking me, how old's your mom, Joe?
How old's my mom?
Yeah.
My mom just turned 56.
Really?
Mhm.
Wow.
How old
Wait
is your mom?
wait a minute.
How
No.
old's your mom?
Huh?
How old is your mom?
My mom is
My mom just turned
Two.
60.
Well, no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 74. She'll be 74 this year.
My mom just turned 60.
56, Joe?
Yeah, she had me fairly young, and then, like I said, she got married young. She had me a year later, literally on her wedding anniversary with my biological dad,
Wow.
and then they got divorced within the year of when I was born because my dad was an asshole apparently. And
Yeah.
then that's why I was so close with her too, because for like the first 8, 9 years of my life, it was just me and my mom, and she was
Yeah.
a young mom. So, like she did I did like everything with her. I was talking like full sentences at like 10 months old, and because she would just talk to me and talk to me and talk to me, you know what I mean? Because she had nobody else.
Yeah.
And then her and I were really close, obviously, and then my brother wasn't born until I was 10 because my mom got remarried, and then she ended up having my brother. So me and my brother are 10 years apart.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I think Jason's just finally realizing how old he is, even though we tell him all the time.
Yep. So me and my brother were 10 years apart. So my mom always says she was a young mom with me and an old mom with him.
And she's still married to your brother's dad?
Yeah, my stepdad. Yeah.
Nice.
They've been married a long time now.
Oh, that's cool, Craig. I was like, your mom is fucking 6 years older than me, Joe. Actually, if you really want to be technical, she just turned 56.
Yeah.
She's 5 years older than me.
Yeah, 5 days ago, April 11th. Was her birthday.
Jesus Christ. That's okay.
I once dated a girl that was older than my mom. I dated this woman that was twice my age, and she was older than my mom at the time. So my mom was always weirded out when she would come over.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Wow.
So I know what else is fucked up about this story.
What?
So this woman that I was dating, she was married to a Muslim man. She had 5 kids with him. She became a Muslim. Okay.
Yeah.
When I first met her, you know, headdress, everything. She could not show her hair, nothing. All right.
Wow.
Her and the husband ended up getting divorced. She was still Muslim. She didn't like convert back, you know.
Right.
Now, she's actually Italian. She's an Italian woman, but you know, because she got married to him and stuff. And then one day she just decided to fucking take the thing off, and it was like, holy shit! It was like seeing like a whole different person.
Really?
And then we started dating and stuff, like after the fact, obviously. So that just added like a whole other element to it.
Wow.
I had mentioned her before. I told you how I'm always interested in other people's views and religion and stuff like that. I always think it's a cool topic. And she's the one I told you that I dated that was Muslim, and I used to ask her questions all the time, like, you know, like, why did they do this and why did they believe it? It was always interesting to me, you know.
Yeah, me too. I
mean,
do the same thing.
She was brought up Catholic. I mean, she was an Italian, so she only knew what she knew when she got married and you know went for converting and all that. But it was still interesting to get like a.
Well, you also have to take under consideration that when you're converting to another religion, you have to be a part of that religion. Like, you know, they don't take that kind of shit lightly.
Oh, exactly.
Depends on the religion.
What's that?
Craig, one of these days your wife's going to shoot you in the head.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I've always been... That's really wild.
Leave it to the Catholics to destroy existence.
When I was growing up, my babysitter, when my father and my mother used to work, it used to get babysitted down the street by a Jewish family. And they were pretty, I mean, they weren't Orthodox, but, you know, with the whole sideburns and everything, but they were pretty strict. And learning all about their religion, I was always fascinated by that kind of stuff. We would get into not arguments, but it would be like debates, because the whole son of God, not the son of God thing, because I was a raised Methodist and went to Sunday school, and I was never one to I was never really one to challenge anyone else's religious beliefs. I was always one to kind of, I wanted to know more about it, but if they got in my face, I wouldn't back down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So being around them and having to spend large quantities of time together, of course, I got into the JCC around here, which was the Jewish Community Center, and some of the schools I would go to with them to drop off their kids. And it was just like very eye-opening experiences, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Different cultures, different ways to do things, different ways that they learned as far as like Hebrew and stuff like that, because that was something that they took in school.
Yeah.
So interesting, very interesting.
Yep. I mean, for me too, I had to learn about a lot of different religions for my job at a certain point, because that's all kind of part of it, especially when we have long-term patients and stuff like that. And
exactly.
I need, you know, so I mean, a lot of, you know, schooling, I literally had to take courses in religion. And
really?
Yeah, because depending on where you are, especially, I mean, you know, certain facilities I worked at, it was like all Italian, depending on where you are. Other places, there was a lot of, you know, Jewish residents, Jewish patients coming in. But we had, I mean, we had all different types of religious, you know, all different types of religions coming through. So you kind of had to know, because, again, if a patient was going to be with us for a long time, you had to have a way to be able to
communicate,
honor their religion too, you know?
Yep.
Have you ever met?
And it was also a different time too, when religion was a lot more important than it is. I'm not going to say than it is today, but
Have you ever met any?
Practicing it was a lot. It's a lot different than.
Yeah.
Have you ever met any evangelical Jews?
I don't know.
They're Jews that believe in Jesus.
Then no. Well, I mean, I was always told they believed in him, but they didn't believe he was the son of God. That
These
was
are-
the big thing. That was the
these are
big
Jews
difference
that do
between
believe.
our
Yeah,
religions.
Jesus was Jewish.
These are Jews that do believe in it,
Right.
but they're Jews that believe in Jesus as Savior.
Really?
Mhm.
Huh. Yeah, I was always fascinated by that. And it was weird because I wasn't so much fascinated by my own religion as I was by other people's. Mainly because I guess it's probably a bad thing to say, but I always felt it was kind of forced upon me. Whereas meeting somebody different and learning something different from somebody else was something that I did on my own. And it was something that I was curious about, not having it shoved down my throat. You know?
Do you know why the majority of Jews rejected Jesus Christ?
I probably did at one time.
It was politics.
Oh.
They wanted because of everything that had happened to the Jews over the centuries, being enslaved by the Egyptians and then also enslaved and kind of like fucked up by the Romans.
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah prophesied about the coming of Jesus Christ hundreds of years before Jesus ever came. And when Jesus came, even though he showed all the miracles and he showed all the signs of his birth and everything to lead to them being the Messiah, when he came as such a humble person and such a humble thing, and then he died, they thought that couldn't possibly be our Messiah, because our Messiah is going to come down from the heavens with a flaming sword and he's going to just kill all the fucking Romans and punish everybody. And
Yep.
And that's why they didn't accept him.
They pulled a Larry David on him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nah.
Yeah.
Like, where your sword at? Where your armies of angels that are gonna kill everybody for us? That's pretty much what
Those
it
commercials are
politics.
funny as hell.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like him though. He's pretty funny.
Show's hilarious.
I will say I was very entertained by that show, but it was one of the ones, like you said, it was so sporadic that I didn't know when it was going to happen. So
It's fucking hysterical. It's so funny. They're,
yeah, I kind of lost interest because it wasn't as consistent as maybe I would have wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
So
everybody
had a rough history.
They're filming the next season starting in the fall.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and this
but I will
season
say
was
that
it 11 or 12?
This will be 12 coming up.
It seems like at least once every 1,000 years, the Jews do seem to get the real short end of the stick.
Do. Really think about it.
If you talk about before Jesus and all came, suppose before AD or whatever you want to call it, BC, the BC years. I mean, they were enslaved by the fucking Africans and the Egyptians. And then, then the Romans fucked them up. And then in the modern times, in this century, even, they got fucking Hitler,
Yep.
Last century.
Ain't that the truth?
Whatever now.
Oh.
Now they're dealing with ISIS too, and folks like that.
I never really looked at that side of what your job, I guess, entailed as far as that goes, Joe. I guess you had to figure that.
It was a huge scope of things.
Yeah, you had to make everyone comfortable, and in order to make everyone comfortable, you kind of have to be a jack of all trades, kind of, or at least not a jack of all trades, but at least
it's literally what it is, especially my position, because again, so what I was there was the administrator.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was me. Okay. So basically, you know how it is. The main boss is never the one doing all the work. It's always the person below them,
Right.
So
right.
I literally had more responsibilities than, say, even the administrator, because I was the one actually doing that sort of stuff. And if the administrator was on vacation or whatever, I was the one in charge. So,
Right.
But on top of that, I also had to do the actual tasks, whatever they were for any given day, month, week, whatever was going on at the time. Like obviously when COVID hit, that was kind of like the main thing. So I
Yeah.
was really in charge of that because we had to have somebody taking care of all that between discharging residents properly and getting the supplies we needed and everything else.
Yeah.
Being in for the meetings to figure out what's happening next and how testing is going to go and the progress of the vaccine, all that stuff. Like I had the first-hand accounts of all that, which is why when it all first hit, I kept trying to tell everybody, like, I'm not just saying this as somebody. This is an opinion from somebody.
Right. That's what you did.
I've been sitting here listening to these conversations, and I'm telling you, this is what's going on.
Yeah.
When people didn't want to listen, but it's like it really did entailed a lot over the years. And I just said, I'm saying to you not too long ago, this is kind of the first time that I kind of sat back and realized, holy shit, like how did I take on all of that? Like I think about it now and it stresses me out. It's weird, like how when you're doing it, it's like you're able to just kind of do it, and then
Compartmentalization.
But now looking back, it's like Jesus, like it's like overwhelming just thinking about that. Now.
Yeah. Ask you a question. Since you have had probably all kinds of different denominations in a place like that, of course you want them to be comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes down to religious beliefs, did you have somebody there that was kind of like a multi-denominational? Does that make any sense?
So we did. We had everybody basically. We had like a Catholic priest that would come in. We had rabbis that would come in. We had preachers that were non-denominational for certain groups that were accepting of that. Some people wanted their own, reverends, pastors, priests, whatever it might be. Their own churches that, we'd be in charge of getting that as well. And again, this is just mainly for people that couldn't do it themselves. Of course, in a hospital setting or a long-term care setting or a rehab setting, the people are able to make those contacts themselves, and they by all means they could do that.
Right.
It's the same way in the prisons.
Yeah. I didn't even think of that.
There you get all the hypocrites because most of those guys are just doing it to get the advantages of it.
I'm sure that's different from the long-term patient and all that, but
I mean, then you have to consider like diet, like residents that need kosher diets.
I didn't think about that either. Yeah.
So then that comes into effect. I mean, there's just all this. So prior to me doing it, and I noticed all the years as working my way up, there was like no just like one sort of survey assessment that was taking care of all this stuff. Like you'd have like someone from the kitchen go in there, you'd have someone from this go in there, someone, all these different departments. So over the years, I was like, I'm just going to develop my own assessment that it covers all of this shit that we just need to know. And that was basically what we would do. We would go in there and find out everything in one shot because when you're a patient, you don't want to be talking to all these different fucking people.
Yep.
So I was like, let's just have one assessment. Someone spends 20 minutes, half hour in there with the person, going over their wants, their needs, whatever. They have a contact person, someone they can look to if they have any questions instead of looking for the right person. Like, who do I contact for this? And who do I contact for this? If you have one person to handle it, there you go.
So you didn't have like a chaplain?
We have a chaplain, for religion,
Yeah, because like even hospitals have like chaplains that handle all.
Yeah,
but like in the prison setting, the chaplain didn't do services for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
What he did was he would be there as like a counselor. He would counsel with people, but he would orchestrate the services of all the volunteers of each religion that would come in, like the Catholic priest that came every Sunday to do mass, or the evangelical, volunteers that would come on Wednesday nights, or the Muslim priest or whatever they call them that would come in. He coordinate all that.
Yeah.
We had at one of my facilities, we had Episcopalian service every single day.
Wow. Jesus.
And with that service, a lot of people would join in, like even the Catholics. We had Catholic mass once a week. you know, as like a normal thing.
Yeah.
But even the even like the devout Catholics would join for the Episcopalian one because it was almost non-denominational. I mean, it just
Right.
the
Yeah.
way that, you know, just the way it was held.
They're
So
similar enough.
it really incorporated a lot of the different religions,
Yep.
which is why it was a good one to have every day. And everything else was sort of, you know, Catholic was once a week. Everything else was sort of as needed. You know, we did have rabbis come in at least once a week.
Right.
If the rabbis couldn't be there, we'd have other representatives from like the Jewish homes that would come in, and
Interesting.
they would do services as well. Sometimes they were one-on-one services.
Huh.
You know?
You know, when I was in high school, one of my instructors, his father was Patton's chaplain.
Really?
Yeah, he was chaplain for Patton.
Hmm.
And he actually got to go to the White House and say the prayer for a big dinner that the president was having,
Well, that's cool.
which was pretty cool.
My grandfather drove a half track for Patton.
I mean, just there were so many other things that went in it too. Like even like these little. I mean, you know, we talk about religion, but then there's also politics. We had to know who wanted to vote, how they were registered, if they were registered, where they were registered, so that way we could get the proper ballot for them at voting times.
Right. Right.
You know, some
Don't when they well, isn't it like here? Like if they live at your facility, and the facility is in say Joe Blow County, don't they all vote or are registered in that county?
Probably an absentee ballot.
yes and no. What happens? The problem is when you have a facility like a hospital or even a long term, and sometimes you could have 12 people come in one day. You know, 12 people go out. Is that say you have to register to vote in August, but the election isn't until November. Now you have 140 people that came in through August and November. Now all of these people are registered somewhere else, and now you have to get the absentee ballots for there. But then you have others who are registered there. So it's a matter of figuring all that out and who didn't want to vote back in August, and all of a sudden they decide they want to vote, and
Right.
there's a lot of shit that goes on with that. Then you have just so many other elements. I mean, age things. Like if we had a patient that turned 100 years old, that's something that needs to get reported, so that way they can be considered a centenarian in the state, and then there's like a governor's like lunch for that and a celebration and an honor, and there's just all these little fucking details.
It's a good thing that you kind of did it like that, because a lot of hospitals still don't do things like that, and you're talking to a lot of different types of people.
Yeah.
Eisenhower.
And it's a fucking pain in the ass, let me tell you.
It was Eisenhower.
Well, that was a big thing, and that's why anybody at these facilities knew me, because I was just that person.
Right.
And I'm just that type of person where even though I had like a huge staff myself, I only trust a certain amount of people. I mean, so it's like if I couldn't do it, then I had an assistant that I would trust to do it, and
Right.
maybe one other person. But if not, it's like I want to make sure it's done right.
Amen.
So it's a matter
Gotcha.
of delegating the people to do the right things. Like certain people were just better at hands-on stuff. Some people were okay with the assessment. Some people were okay with, visiting someone one-on-one with something, whatever it might be. Some people were better in laundry. Some people were better in housekeeping. Some people were better in activities. Some people are better in the kitchen. So it was sort of my job to decide all that as well.
I need
You know?
some food.
Huh.
I need
Sounds like a stressful job.
Salad.
Guess you got used to it over the years, though, didn't you?
Yeah, and like you said, jack of all trades. I used to make a joke when people would ask me, like they're like, oh, when they would, like someone would see me say doing something, helping out with something with the kitchen, then they'd see me doing something else, then they see me doing the assessment, and then they'd be like, what is your job description? And I would tell them, I'm like, I'm sort of the Joe of all trades, and that was just like my thing. Like that's what I would say, because it's exactly what it was. People would say that they're like, you're like a jack of all trades, and I'm like, that's literally what my job is. Like, and there was really no position like that in every facility. It was really just where I was. There was like a position that was created for me.
Right.
So
Sounds like it helped out a lot, though.
So what would happen is my administrator, instead of having like an administrative assistant, she would have me be like second in charge, and then my staff would be like administrative assistants, like office sort of like secretary people. Like my assistant, I had a direct assistant, and then I had like multiple assistants below her. So my direct assistant would sort of be like that person, like the phone calls and that secretary type of person.
Right.
And kind of like the shitty annoyings if I didn't want to take care of. So like if I had to interview people, I'd give her the stack of applications, be like, all right, call these 5 people and ask them if they can come in to do an interview. And she would kind of handle that stuff. That way I could do the interviews and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
We had a resident, for example, I told you before, she had a medical marijuana card, and like so we were in charge of getting her supply for her.
Nice.
Like stuff like that because she was unable to do it.
Right.
You know? And then obviously,
I
like I
didn't
said,
think about that either, to be
I did
honest.
medical supplies. I had to take care of all that. I had to know everybody's medication, everybody's diet. You know, if medications change, I had to take care of that. Then all of like wound care. So like I had to know, you know, if certain people come in with wounds, they need certain dressings and certain
Right.
topical solutions.
Fuck
And
that, dude.
that also affects their diet. They have to have certain amount of, you know, calories to heal and all that sort of thing. So I need to know like what kind of Ensure or Boost and Boost Plus, and all that shit.
You know what? Maybe it's a good thing. Everything happens for a reason, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
How long was it before you could actually take a deep breath?
ain't no kidding.
Yeah. You don't understand what goes into a job until, you know, until you're either there or you ask about it. Like I couldn't fathom what Brad had to do in the prisons and stuff. I don't think that would be a job that I would be.
You really don't think about it until you're done with it, honestly.
That's what I was saying. Exactly, exactly what it is.
I mean, that's
I mean,
tough,
again,
that's a
I
tough
told.
job.
I mean, we're talking about all this, but the thing that I've mentioned a million times, I was also literally zipping up body bags during COVID. So it's like talk about doing everything. It's just like.
Well, I think the worst part about it is not only that, but there are people that you knew.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people that you cared for personally.
Yep.
How do you not take it personally, but how do you not get personally involved?
And you do. And I would tell everybody, you know, when they would come in for interviews and stuff, I would tell them right out, I'd be like, you know, a lot of jobs would tell you, you know, a lot of people would tell you, don't take your work home with you. You go home, you relax. And I would tell them, unfortunately, if you're going to work at a place like this, you have to take your job home with you because you're going to make connections with people, and they're going to be in your mind. And you're going to be thinking, what can I do tomorrow to make this person's day a little bit better? And I would tell them, be like, if you're not that type of person, then this isn't the right type of job for you. You have to be willing to take it home with you because you can't just leave it at the door. That's not how it works.
Right.
You can't come in and just treat it like it's a paycheck because then you're not going to be caring enough while you're here.
Yeah.
It's just the unfortunate reality of it. It's just in that field, you can't be like that. You have to care about what you're doing.
I'm sure there's a lot of people in that line of work that actually don't. So,
But believe me, there are. And unfortunately, and no offense to anybody out there who knows them, because not all of them, but for the 21 years I worked in that field, most of those people are fucking nurses.
well, nurses were the ones that fucked you guys up.
Don't get me wrong. There are some
one in
wonderful nurses.
particular.
There are some wonderful nurses. I'm not saying there aren't. But if I had to, the majority of the assholes and the people who don't care have been nurses, and not CNAs, nurses.
Yeah.
I've met more CNAs that care than nurses actually do.
When I worked at the hospital, I found it was the doctors that didn't care.
My mom cared.
The doctors
had
didn't
some-
care
I mean,
very
we-
much. Doctors
there
could
was
be kind of jerks.
There was some jerky doctors, but there were more good doctors than bad, and there were more bad nurses than good.
Really?
Absolutely, 100%. Like not even close.
Well, also you have more numbers than the nurses, so that kind of makes sense too.
Yeah.
I mean, you only have what 5 or 6 doctors, and you got 100 nurses.
Do you think it's because they're underappreciated, or do you just think it's because of the profession itself wearing people down?
No, it's really not, because we did so much for nurses. I mean, nurses got more appreciation than any fucking staff in that building, like hands down, especially through COVID. and they were the ones who fucked us, like you just said, you know.
Oh
And,
yeah, you got fucked big time.
I mean, they were between cash bonuses along with other celebrations and free shit and gift cards and fucking food and whatever the fuck else. There's nothing else you could possibly fucking things in the newspaper. There's nothing else we could possibly do to kiss these nurses' asses. And people are just, you know, it comes down to personality. Some people are just. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
There were just, I mean, and again, we had some truly wonderful nurses, both male and female.
Yeah.
And then we had some really scum fuck nurses that I would never want to cross paths with again, just because
Yeah.
they're just complete horrible people, and not even horrible at their job, just horrible people in real life. Like they're not the type of person you even want to have contact with.
The unfortunate part is even when they try to keep it professional, it ends up being transparent.
Exactly.
You can't hide something like that, even if you are caring for people. I spent a lot of time in hospitals and a lot of different nurses, and there are some pretty horrible people. I've had some good ones though. I've had some really good ones.
In 21 years, now I'm really patient when it comes to work and stuff. I'm always the guy with the smile on his face, like, okay, great. Like I said, you know, that's the work code for fuck you. Say, okay, great. You know, but over the years, the only times I've had to tell off people have been, majority of the time it's been nurses, and then like one time it was one fucking maintenance guy. But other than that, like it's always been nurses. They're the only people I've ever had to literally go to and be like, okay, enough. Like you're out of line. Like with the way they've either treated patients or the way they've treated staff. Like there's been times I've had to step in and be like, why are you talking to her like that, or why are you talking to him like that, or what, you know, like you need to stop. Like and again, this is me as a patient guy who would normally just keep your mouth shut. It takes a lot for me to eventually have to say something, and I had to do it quite a few times when it came to nurses because
that must suck too.
The way they talk to people, and I've had to fire a lot. I mean, over the years because of it, you know.
Yeah,
and that was part of it too with me.
21 years. I bet you've seen some shit though.
Oh yeah.
This healthcare system's all fucked up in this country.
Yep. It is.
I'm gonna watch The Omen later.
Yeah,
you want to try to find a way to fall asleep?
Fuck you and your
I
own.
don't get that at all because that movie doesn't put me to sleep at all. Once
It's
again,
more like
there's no
oh
accounting
man,
for
this
two.
is boring.
That movie's fucking fantastic.
It's a good movie.
All the Omen movies. There ain't a single bad movie in that bunch. Except for
Have
maybe
you seen the
four.
fourth one?
Except for maybe four. I don't know if I really
Actually, I
consider
like the
that-
fourth one.
I don't know if I really consider that really a Omen film, honestly. Like,
It's called Omen 4.
Yeah,
yeah, but it wasn't even made by the same people, and it was a TV
it was
movie.
adapted from a book called Omen for the Awakening.
Yes, I know what it was adapted from.
It's an Omen
Like
movie.
that, but that doesn't make it a part of the actual, like, the original trilogy is still the original trilogy.
Remember in the 80s they had this, I think it was the 80s, that they had this movie called The World According to Garp with Robin Williams.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
It should be The World According to Brad. We
That's
could make
like
a
saying-
movie.
You remember what happens at the end of that movie, Jay?
I don't care. I was just trying to make a point.
I do. And what
Yeah,
happens at the end of that movie is what happens to all the people that doubt me.
Oh boy, here we go.
It's like saying that the Scream isn't part of the Scream franchise because it wasn't directed by Wes Craven.
No, I didn't say that at all.
I
I
gotta
didn't
watch
think you did,
those.
but I
I
said it's
said
like
I don't think of the movie as part of the franchise because it's just not really part of it. It doesn't go along with the story, and they finished the story in part 3.
well, it's not part of a trilogy, but it's part of the franchise. You mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it was a
Yeah,
new
it's part of the franchise. I
a
can't deny
new
that. It's
Antichrist that was
Oh,
born.
okay, that's
Yeah, it's part of the franchise. It's part of the box set. It's in the box set. I mean, well, it's like Halloween 3 is part of the franchise, whether I like it or not. It's not,
Yeah.
You know, but it's not part of like that story of Damien and, you know.
Did you watch part 4?
I started it. I fell asleep during it.
Really? It's actually not a bad film.
I may have just been tired. I don't know. I have to watch it again.
Yeah, give it another shot. I actually I heard so much shit about it for so many years that when I finally was able to pick one up, because it was actually hard to find for quite some time, I watched it and I was like, what the fuck is everybody hating on? I just don't, it's just stuff like that just
What I
irritates
remember
the
of
shit
it,
out of me.
what I remember of it, it wasn't that good so far, but it was pretty slow.
It takes a while to get going because they are telling a story about a new Antichrist, but when the story gets going, in my opinion, it does get going.
That's not biblical or nothing, but the devil gets a redo. He didn't make it right the first time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
All right, fellas. Well, I think I'm gonna tap out.
I'm gonna end it here anyway. It's been 4 hours, 1 o'clock. So.
I'm tired.
4 for you, only 2 for me.
I didn't
Good
ask
night,
you to get a
everybody.
Roswell, motherfucker.
Good night, Danny. Good night, Craig, if you're still here.
Good night,
Later,
everybody.
y'all.
Anyone else?
Thank you all for coming by.
Good night, Mr. Bones.
Sorry, Brad scared y'all away.